Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very special community stream tonight, right here, right now, on Transplanar RPG. As usual, whether you're tuning in for the first or 100,000th time, Transplanar RPG is a dark fantasy actual play series set in an all-transgender, people of color-led dark fantasy actual play series. That might be the first time I've ever forgotten that part. Oh my god. Telling stories set in an original non-colonial anti-Orientalist multiverse. Yes. As always, this means that we stand against genocide and ethnic cleansing and support all oppressed peoples of this world struggling against injustice, imperialism, and colonization. We must use our voices to build solidarity and fight for the worlds that we wish to see. So to that end, free Sudan, free DRC, free Palestine, free Venezuela, free Iran, and fuck US imperialism. As a channel created in Minneapolis, Minnesota, we stand in solidarity with our neighbors protesting in the streets. Abolish ICE until there is nothing left. Abolish the Imperial Project until there is nothing left. Free all oppressed peoples of this world. Thank you all. And thank you all also for showing up to support our story and our channel. We're gonna get chaotic, but not in the main campaign narrative way. We're gonna get chaotic with our community stream tonight. That is what you are currently witnessing. Tonight we're gonna be discussing topics and themes of environmentalism in our show, The Chaos Protocol. We'll also be exploring liberation, ideas of liberation and freedom and revolution within a post-apocalypse. And we will all be guiding you, our audience, through making our very own climate crisis safety plan.
But before we get started with that, we should probably introduce ourselves, right?
God, oh my goodness,
really
yes!
Wait,
wow, something is happening. There are many balls in the air, and I'm dropping them all. So
Connie's taking a Saturday off, everybody. It's okay.
Honestly,
this is my brain on a Saturday off. What is happening? Yeah, okay. So thank you for that, C. Before we get too into the weeds of the exact topics of our community stream tonight, I'm gonna pass things over to the rest of my cast for some much-deserved introductions, starting with Kai.
Oh my gosh. Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Kai. I use he, they, and she pronouns. You can find me everywhere as Estelle Vimladris, and tonight I'm going to be talking with y'all about safety and environmental, all kinds of environmental things, actually. C?
That's me. Hi, everyone. I'm C. I'm usually behind the camera, not necessarily always in front of it. I use they, them pronouns. And this is our brain on a Saturday off. It really is. Not with us tonight, but very much a part of our hearts, especially for Arc 4, are Sam, Val, and Dare. We're taking this Saturday off to rest, recuperate, and recover. We love you. Go follow them if you don't already. You really should. Check out all of their art. And check out all of our art. But also, stay here with us. We won't hurt you. I don't know. Okay. Anyway,
we're gonna give you knowledge.
We're gonna, yeah. Speaking of which, let's do our little mini announcements. As a heads up, tonight's stream will likely contain discussions of up to Arc 4 of the Chaos Protocol, because Arc 5 hasn't happened yet, and potentially other Transplanar series. We're hoping to keep our discussions vague enough to what I like to call spoiler light. So talking about the themes and overall kind of bases or premises of the series, more so than like the specific events that take place in specific episodes. So like the concept of Zayn and Esh as a character will be discussed, right? Like kind of the core conceits of what Arc 4 is. Yikes, indeed. Is and about.
Someone should tell him who he is.
We tried, and that didn't work so well for us. Anyway.
Yeah, things are not going well with him figuring that out.
If we do start venturing into like heavier specific spoilers, we are going to try to give a heads up verbally and also in chat, and to flag when folks can come back if you are worried about spoilers. Personally, I'm interested. I like spoilers, but that's me, and I understand that that's not a universal experience, so this is your warning about it. Kai?
Additionally, Transplanar RPG deals with content that may be triggering to some viewers. This community stream may include discussions of violence, survival and scarcity, climate collapse, apocalypse, environmental disaster, death of loved ones, grief, and candid conversations about oppression, including colonialism, racism, sexism, ableism, and more. Due to the live nature of this stream, more content warnings may be added as the conversation continues.
Yippee!
Take care of yourselves.
Yeah. We've got stuff to talk about, and it can be kind of heavy sometimes. But with that, I think it's time for us to get started if everyone's feeling good. We are going to start tonight's stream. We have 2 parts. Part 1, we're going to safety plan with all of you. And part 2, we're going to have our discussion. So to get started, before I throw things over to Kai, who has created a wonderful presentation for us about how to safety plan, and it's going to lead this part of the community stream, I think we should talk about why one might need to make a climate crisis safety plan in the first place. Because it is, at this point, very necessary. So I think we should introduce what we're doing and why before we get started.
Yeah. I'll start with a personal story, which has actually happened during the run of Transplanters: The Chaos Protocol, which is I personally experienced a climate crisis, environmental disaster where I live. I live in Los Angeles, and for those of you who don't know, we're still recovering from the massive Palisade and large, just multiple fires, all in the span of like 2-3 weeks. And I was one of the people who was impacted and had to evacuate. So some of the stuff that I'm talking about today and that we're talking about together, I've actually had to do. My house is fine. I'm fine. All of my loved ones are fine. But that doesn't happen on accident, you know? So it means a lot to me to talk about this kind of stuff, and I've been teaching it my whole life.
Hell yeah. Connie?
Yes. For me, it comes with a deep understanding of how, and we'll get more into like the big specifics of this in our second half, but about how global systems of oppression, and imperialism, harm, and injustice exacerbate and accelerate climate change, exacerbate and accelerate climate change in extremely inequitable and colonialist ways. So I think it is not only just a good and smart idea to have put together some sort of plan for yourself, your loved ones, and the folks in your community, but it can be a really useful and important step in liberation work as well, in my opinion. If we educate ourselves, then we are more equipped to educate those around us, and also not just educate, but support ourselves and those around us in moments of crisis, which are becoming more and more often. And not only that, but affecting more and more people, specifically marginalized people, are always hit the hardest and usually first by this accelerating global disaster. So for me, that's why it's really important. It is both like a really personal thing and also very political for myself. And for me, the political is personal and vice versa. And yeah, I have like some more like personal stories about like particular specific kinds of disasters I've been proximal to, I suppose, in my own personal life. But I will hold on to that until later, I think, and share more after the introductory period. And I'll pass things over to C.
Yeah. I don't have very much to add beyond what we've already discussed, but I think that it is a important thing to recognize that no matter where you live in the world, climate disasters are things that happen naturally as part of living on the earth that we live on, and are also exacerbated by things like white supremacy, climate change, anti-environmentalism, etc., which has been running rampant for quite a long time now. So being aware of that, of both the kind of more natural disasters and also the climate change accelerated types of climate disasters that we might be seeing more and more of as we continue to fight against these what is the opposite of like climate injustice. Climate injustice is important to be aware of and to, like Connie said, I think, to actively fight against, because if you don't have a safety plan for yourself, how are you supposed to show up for your community in crisis? And I think it's really good for all of us to be prepared. And it's one of those things where I'm glad we're doing it tonight, because I think there are a lot of things to be said about Sinan's life as a cautionary tale in a lot of ways, as a man who did not have a safety plan for a kind of climate disaster, and a very like kind of fictionalized expression of that, but also us being able to do this here together and be like, hey, like let's sit down and have a minute, is important, right? And this is like one of the very real things that we are grappling with in our story, but it also is important that we are here with each other in real life, supporting each other to make better decisions than the ones in our fiction. Right on. Also,
yeah.
In terms of chat, because we do want all of you to participate with us if you're open to it, willing, able to do so right now, or this is something you can do later. Follow along with us. Get out something to write with, whether that's your phone, pen and paper, anything. Take some notes about what we're going to be doing together. Importantly, in chat, while we're doing this safety plan, let's also practice good internet safety. Please do not put your physical location in chat while we're having this discussion. Please do not put any identifiable information about where you live, including what kind of disasters you may be privy to. I am asking all of us to participate in this together, but also to be able to, keep some of those identifiable information about yourself to yourself right now, so that we can all practice internet safety together. So we might be talking about stuff, but don't dox yourself here in chat. Please don't dox yourself here in chat. We don't want that. So with that out of the way, Kai, if you're ready, I can take us over to the wonderful, beautiful slides that you've prepared for us.
Let's do it. I'm so ready.
Woohoo! All right, to the slides. Look, brand new overlay. Yippee!
Yay! Okay, so emergency preparedness. Climate change means being ready for emergencies at any time. So let's take care of ourselves and our communities. Just like we were saying at the top, it is so important, not only for you personally to have a plan and tools at your disposal that you've already prepared should an emergency happen, but also preparing. We're going to talk about preparing where you live, or if you are someone who is maybe living out of your car or something like that. These are all tools that are hopefully universally usable for almost any situation. A lot of it is adapted from like traditional survival training and things like that. But it is just kind of a starting point, and it's going to get a little vague because it's all about, it ends up being local. It ends about being where you are and who you live with and what your living situation is. But I'm going to try and talk through some flexible versions of this, and also know that like some of this you might already have around, some of this you might have already thought about, but some of it is stuff that might take time. But if you are able to have the funds to create a safety net for yourself with something as simple as a kit, with something as simple as an emergency preparedness bag, it's really important because you never know when something is going to happen. And a lot of these things are thankfully relatively inexpensive. But one of my other things, speaking of talking about environmental change and industrialization causing all kinds of climate problems, also please avoid buying drop ship, quick manufacture things that also negatively impact our environment. If you're going to build a kit and need to buy things, try and buy something that you know was at least somewhat ethically made, because there are a lot of drop ship, quick buy survival kits that are not very well made, and they're largely made without any consideration for the environment that you are protecting yourself against. So with that, let's talk about it. We're going to talk about 3 things today. Oh yeah, see? You got something?
No, I'm just excited to be here.
Okay, great. Let's go to the next slide. We're going to talk about what to do for yourself, what to do for your home, and how to build a home kit. So the first one, the 10 essentials, is a concept that was created for outdoors, adventuring, hiking, things like that. But it's something that I think is very adaptable to everyday life. And so if you can do nothing else, if you do not have a safe place to have a home kit or anything like that, this is a list of things adapted from people who survive in the wilderness for like a week when they get lost off trail and things like that. Adapted for modern use, whether you live in a city, if you live in a rural area, if you are someone who leaves your home, this is a set of tools to possibly have on hand, either in, say, a bag or in your car, or if you are someone who maybe has a bike kit or something like that, like keeping some of this in there so it's accessible, just so that you are prepared should anything happen. And so these are simple, and I'm going to give you tools to try and do it both for living in a city, but also, like, I'm going to talk about where it comes from when living in the wilderness, because yes, I do play the cautionary tale of being a survivor as Zayn and Esh, but some of it is also, you got to understand that sometimes things go wrong and you've got to do your best, and this is an attempt at doing your best when things go wrong. The first one that I'm going to talk about before we get all the way into the list is your cell phone is not an emergency preparedness tool. You should have it. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Connie. You should have it on hand. It is a tool when it is available, but cell phones run out of battery. Communication networks get spotty. Your internet is not always dependable. So, first and foremost, any of these tools that you see that are listed as something that you have on your phone, you should also try and find at least somewhat of an analog alternative, because I've been in situations where my phone has lost power or didn't have signal. And having these other tools will help you in those moments. So if you live in a city, maybe buy or find, if you go to like even like AAA or something like that, if you go to one of these places, sometimes they even have free maps of your city, of your state, if you're in the US. I know that a lot of countries and things like that also have just like readily available basic maps depending on the size of the country.
Mm-hmm. Another thing, if you don't have access to maps and you need to, for example, if you were going to try to map a safe route from where you live to a loved one's house, do it on your phone while you have battery. Screenshot like the directions, the map, print it out at home or at the library. If you don't have access to buying like analog maps or anything like that, that is a good alternative. And specifically to highlight the routes that you would desire to take to get to where you want to go.
Absolutely. And also, like, if you're buying maps, you don't need a big fancy map. One of the like best tools is old retired Thomas guides if you live in the US, because Thomas guides age out and a lot of people do like get rid of them. They do still print them, but even if you can buy an old one, it'll get you a lot of the way there. And yeah, printing stuff at your library, like having that kind of stuff on hand is so important. So the first one we kind of already started talking about is navigation. As we go through, I'm going to pull things out of this bag. This is an emergency preparedness kit. This whole thing. This is the whole bag. The only thing that's not in here is stuff that's too big that I'll show you. But if you have the skills and the tools, I do recommend owning a compass. Now, this is a skill, and if you don't know how to use it, I do recommend learning how. You may never need it, but especially if you don't live in a city, you live somewhere that has more open space in it, having an understanding of how to use a compass will help you find north. And if you live somewhere and you are traveling away from where you live, knowing what direction to travel to get to a major road, to get to your city, is so important. So compasses, yes, one of the oldest navigation tools in the world, couldn't be more important if you are somewhere with no signal and no idea where you are.
Another thing that you can use if you don't have a compass is the sun, if it is visible to you, is a good way to orient yourself. The sun in the northern hemisphere rises in the east and sets in the west. So you can, if you are familiar with at least what a compass looks like, you can try to orient yourself that way as well.
Yeah. And there's a bunch of other like regional ways that you can, outside of the like sun rising and setting, depending on where you live, memorizing major landmarks is very helpful. especially if you maybe don't even memorize like every street, but like the major highways in your area. Or if you can memorize a particular visible geological formation, like a mountain, or some kind of interesting rock or massive tree or something visible for a long distance. These are like core old school ways that people have been navigating without phones since forever. Okay. And there's a lot of other, like, obviously, in an ideal world, you have your phone. It has a GPS in it. You could just use that. But if things go awry and your phone runs out of battery, you don't have GPS signal for some reason, you don't have data, these are ways to get you out of bad situations. The second one, I go into my magic bag. And if you are at home and you have some of these things, I do recommend just, like, grabbing a bag, shoving them in as I go through this. A headlamp and or a flashlight. So headlamps are great. Big fan. Now, they're not for everybody. They're not universally useful. Unless you go like camping, which is where this comes from. But they're great because they are a hands-free light. So you can just do stuff, read a map, check a bag, do whatever while you're wearing this on your head. But again, your phone does have a flashlight. You can use that if you've got battery. Or, depending on where you're keeping it, having something more like this. This is a lantern. Does it have any juice in it? It does. Haha. So that should your power go out, should you be in a situation where you have no visibility, you can turn one of these on. If you live in a place like I do, which, by the way, I'm telling you all what state I live in because I am a public figure. And I feel safe and secure in saying that I live in the city of Los Angeles because it is one of the most populous cities in the world. Here in LA and in California, we deal with earthquakes, which commonly are known to knock out power, very famously in some cases. And so if you live somewhere that could temporarily lose power, which is practically anywhere with power, I do recommend having something like a lantern or a flashlight or something like that on hand somewhere in your life. Maybe not as many as I have, but having this on hand is really important.
Mm-hmm. It even is good for if your power goes out for more mundane reasons, right? I think a lot of this stuff is actually really helpful to have if your phone bill, like if you don't pay your phone bill and your phone loses battery while you're on a road trip, right? Being able to navigate, having a map available, right? If the wind knocks out a power line just to your house and you don't have power, being able to see all of that kind of stuff. Also, tip for lanterns is that shining it out in front of your face, holding it in front of you like this, is actually quite unhelpful because it doesn't allow your eyes to adjust to the light. If you put it at your hip or just like at your side, it will help you actually be able to see better if you are trying to navigate. Holding it out in front of you will actually make it harder to see because, yeah.
You lose your night vision if you do that.
Yep. Humans have night vision. They do.
Yeah. Yeah.
First of all, Connie is taking notes because I am a hashtag city frog. Always have been my whole life. Yes, indoor kid, city frog. I am very kind of embarrassed to admit that I don't really have an emergency plan. So I'm actually like taking notes and learning alongside y'all. Like this is something like I need to do because I like very infamously, anyone who knows me knows I have a horrible sense of direction. Like I could see a landmark in my home area that I've grew up next to for my entire life, could not tell you how to get there within a half-mile radius. So
I'm about to blow up your spot
this is a skill.
Connie used to need directions to get to the grocery store that is 10 minutes away from our house up until like a year and a half ago.
That is messed up. It is also a straight shot down. It is a straight line.
It's 2 turns.
It is 2 turns. It is a straight line and 2 turns. I need my emergency Google Maps. My emergency blanket Google Maps. My safety blanket Google Maps.
I use that stuff, but I also live in one of the most complicated cities to drive in
LA,
the country.
Understood. I mean, where I live, it's also complicated, but but there's no excuse for the grocery store.
Well,
Which
no.
is all to say. All to say, this is very helpful for me, and I am learning that I really need to learn. I don't need to be like amazing at orienting myself in space. Like I'm just naturally bad at rotating objects in my head, and I think that has to do with like orientation. I'm like not expecting myself to suddenly become like a puzzle master or whatever. But even if you're like me, if any of this is relatable, if like you struggle to orient yourself in space or to like have a sense of direction, I need all of us to band together, and we don't need to be amazing at it, but we need to be at least competent, like at least like average. We can strive for mediocrity, at least average at it. So if we're in an emergency situation, like we can trust ourselves if we're the only ones that we can rely on. And this will also make us reliable for other people who might not have done this or are able to do this, or maybe our children or the elderly. So this is all very personally important to me. Something else I wanted to share is, despite all of this, hilariously, I'm gonna outline stuff a little bit here. One of the subreddits that I am on, that I subscribe to, is the prepper subreddit. And there's a saying in the prepper subreddit, which is like basically people who like prep for emergency situations, that you don't prep for doomsday, you prep for Tuesday, which is the idea that instead of prepping for like an asteroid hitting your house, which is like a big doomsday thing, right? You prepare for what if your power goes out? What if a power line like falls? What if there's a big storm and like one of your windows breaks? Or what if your car breaks down in the middle of nowhere and like a tire blows or something? So it's always good to just have these basic skills for things, little emergency disasters that might happen because of or not related to or adjacent to climate spurred disasters. And I think just having these skills is a net good, both for yourself as an individual and for being in community with other people. And that is something I am challenging myself and inviting myself into to do.
I have 2 plus 1s to what you said. The first one being, as a person who uses Google Maps to go everywhere, also it will help you learn your city, because if you turn on the audio, it will tell you the names of the streets. So when you drive your normal route to work, or if you drive your normal route to go see your parents, your partners, whatever, if you turn it on, it tells you the names of the streets. And if you are an auditory learner, you might actually begin to learn the route by heart, which is actually a good thing. I actually swear by people using Google Maps to get around in their day-to-day because of the second thing, which is if you use these tools in your daily life, again, prepping for not doomsday, but a Tuesday, then you're going to have these tools more understood because you're going to interact with them more regularly. But B, kits age out and like the stuff in it dies. So the more you interact with your kit without taking it apart, because you got to make sure you put it back together when you use it, the more you interact with your kit, the more current it is, which is important, especially for some of the stuff later on we're going to talk about. Yeah. All right. So flashlights we've got. Let's talk about sun protection, which is actually a really long list of stuff. When I say sun protection, you're probably thinking sunscreen. Sunscreen's great. We love sunscreen. You should use it every day. You should always wear sunscreen because you only have one skin, and with the atmosphere and the amount of UV that is in our air, keep your skin good. I cannot stress enough. It isn't about aging or looking young. It's literally like, I want you to have skin when you are older.
Also,
yeah.
Even if you're a person who has melanin in your skin, please use sunscreen. Please use sunscreen.
Please.
Yeah.
But this also includes hats. It includes sun clothing. Especially if you're going to go for a long walk outside and it's sunny or something like that. Like, yes, of course, you don't always have to wear a hat. It isn't always directly sunny, but if you're going to be walking for like an hour, on top of the sunscreen, maybe consider, especially if you're someone who is more reactive to the sun, which is most humans, have something available to you like a sun shirt, like a hat that covers not only your eyes so that you can see in the bright light, but also maybe your neck, maybe your ears, because sun exposure is actually a really big harm when it comes to actually survival. So the less sun your skin sees is actually better even when it's hot, which is really counterintuitive, but it is completely true. And so I also, not only do I have sunscreen, but I almost always, in every kit that I make, pack a bandana. One of the most universally useful things ever made. Bandanas are amazing. Because you can use it to cover your head. And you can what?
Sorry, and you can flag with them.
Yes,
sorry.
Yes,
I'm going off topic.
And for all the fun signal reasons. I do have every color of bandana, but that's beside the point. But it also is a way that you can keep your body cool by getting it wet and tying it around your neck. All of these are like tried and true things. So if you are making a kit and you don't have a packable hat or sun shirt or something like that, even something as simple as packing a bandana actually goes a really long way. And you'll notice it fits in this bag. Highly recommend bandanas. They are my #1 adventure accessory.
You can even use it as a light rope if you need to carry something.
Yeah.
You know, just
or bundle. You can use it as a bag.
Yep, use it as a bag.
You can use it to cover stuff. I love bandanas. I have so many because I use them for everything. You can see they're all wrinkly and gross because I use them so much.
If you don't have a bandana, something like a dish towel also works in a pinch, right? Dish towel, even like a washcloth, right?
Mm-hmm. And all bandanas are, to be clear, is just simple cotton. So even if you have like an old bed sheet that you're going to get rid of, maybe it's got a hole in it, maybe, you know, some travesty has occurred to your bed sheet or an old towel, cut a piece of it out, put it in a bag. Okay, let's see. Make sure I got all the sun stuff. I did. Great. The next one is when you start getting into things that you need to check regularly and should cycle out regularly, being first aid. And first aid isn't just Band-Aids and that kind of stuff. It is also, especially because this is a kit for you. If you are a person that takes medication and you are able to have a week's supply of your medication, put one in here. Put it in the bag. I don't know what was in here that was originally $33. Jesus. Sorry, I just looked down and it says $33. It's not what this bag cost. But have what you need in an emergency. That includes, obviously, like bandages and things to clean bandages. Those are alcohol prep pads. I have very reactive skin because I'm allergic to everything, so I keep cortisone in mine. But for whatever emergencies you experience on the regular, say you are a person who maybe handles hot things at work. Maybe you work at a restaurant, or you're a barista, or you're a blacksmith, or whatever. Have burn gel. You know, have these things in your kit that are in small packages. Here's some BioFreeze, you know, and, you know, simple things as well, and have things like ibuprofen or Tylenol or whatever, you know, painkiller kind of stuff you usually keep as well. But have enough that should something happen while you're out in the world for a day, you have it. It's in your bag.
Additionally, if you're somebody who menstruates, menstrual product. Like, just like a handful.
Yeah. Yeah. And first aid kits are one of the things that you can buy, like pretty well-made ones in advance if you've got the money. But even just a Ziploc with some Band-Aids and a little bit of, you know, like medication and stuff like that, and it's a perfectly acceptable first aid kit. So even if you have a box of Band-Aids, just take 2 out and put it in a bag.
Mm-hmm. And if you're looking for like specifics, some gauze, oh my god, what am I talking about? Gauze, antiseptic, tape, right? Will be very helpful. And in a pinch, this is good for mending clothes, mending anything. We might get into that in our like repair tools, but floss can be used as thread in an emergency.
And then the other thing that you always want in a first aid kit is scissors. Medical scissors. Because yes, some people on this earth were raised by nurses and can rip medical tape. It's not everybody. And sometimes your packaging can't open. Sometimes you are injured in a way that you can't rip something. Please put scissors in your first aid kits. Little ones, they don't have to be good. You just need to be able to cut something with them. Yes, and what I'm seeing in chat is completely correct. The most important thing is to clean it and stop the bleeding. Whatever it is. And that's another thing that this is for. Bandana's the most universal survival tool. Yeah, first aid, very good. And genuinely, one of the most important things is it isn't just about first aid, it's also about hygiene. That goes back to the whole like sanitary products if you're a person who menstruates and that kind of stuff. Because also, if you are getting long-term dirty, you're more likely to get sick, you're more likely to get infections. So another thing that I carry that falls under the first aid thing for me is something like a hand sanitizer or a sanitary wipe. And that could be something like a wet one, a pre-moistened towelette or something like that, or it could be just fully just a bottle of hand sanitizer. Cool. All right, we're gonna move on to one of my favorites because I love knives. I'm normal about knives. So, knives and repair tools. I love a multi-tool. I'm a gay person and I'm a craft person, so multi-tools are my favorite thing on earth. If you don't know what these are, they're great. Look it's got pliers in it. It's got knives in it. There's a bunch of them. I highly encourage you to do your research. Don't buy the first cheap one you see on the internet because a cheap one will last you 5 minutes. A good one, this one is probably 12 years old, looks brand new. I've used this at my day job for at least a decade and it looks brand new. Because I am a firm believer in buy something once. Now, do I only have one of these? No, but that's because I like them. But they also make small ones. You don't need this giant thing. They make really little ones, and so long as it's got a knife, and small things like if you're buying a multi-tool, this one has a screwdriver in it. It has a can opener in it. It has stuff that when I start pulling them out, you go, oh, that's useful. Yes. And it's not to say buy this one. It's to say, if you don't have this, finding things that do some of these things, like having a screwdriver, like having a knife, like having a can opener, are the things when I talk about when I say like have tools. And so one of the things that I recommend is if you can't afford or just trying to like get by with something that is parity to this, go to a consignment store and go to their kitchen section and buy $1 can openers and little tools from their, construction stuff where they have screwdrivers, because a lot of consignment stores end up with this kind of stuff. And then yes, have a knife. Have a knife that you love. Have a knife that will dependably cut food, rope, cut your seatbelt if you get into a car accident, your seatbelt's stuck. All of these are things this is why you carry knives. Now, the one caution I will say, as a person who also used to fly a lot, do not lose track of where this is. Partly because of safety, because you want to know where it is. Otherwise, you never want to lose control of something that could hurt you. But also, don't lose it. So if you're going to travel somewhere where your bag's going to get checked, whether it's a festival or you're flying or whatever, leave this at home. Know where it is in your stuff. Leave it at home.
Really good tips. And if you've never used one before, if you get one for yourself for a safety kit, practice. Just practice opening and closing it because you don't want to accidentally hurt yourself on your own tools. And
then you have another emergency.
Yeah,
on top of your emergency.
Yeah, we want to lower the amount of crises that we're dealing with at any given time. And I think ultimately a lot of these tools are to help you manage the many little crises that come with a larger crisis. Because if you're in, for example, a storm, the crisis isn't necessarily just the storm. It is all of the tiny things that come with it. It is the fact that you don't have a car to drive. It is the fact that your house is no longer inhabitable. It is the fact that you do not have access to XYZ, right? There are lots of little crises that go into one major crises, or even like a not so major crises, right? Like Kai, you just kind of pointed out that like if you get into a car accident, you might need to remove your seatbelt, right? You might need to do some first aid on yourself while you're waiting for help to arrive. All of these kinds of things are possible. So a lot of these tools are to help you manage the many small crises to allow you to get through the entire event with the least amount of stress and harm done to yourself and others as possible. So, like, you know, none of these things are going to fix everything going on, but they are supposed to provide support and help for you to manage the crisis you're going through. They're not crisis prevention objects, they are crisis management objects.
And the last one of the tools, which if you know me, you know this is my favorite tool besides my beautiful knife, is sewing. Even if it's just literally one spool of thread and one needle. If you have a spool of thread, a needle, and a knife, you can sew almost anything. Now, my caution on this is don't buy pre-made sewing kits. Don't do it. They're terrible. They actually come with the worst thread you've ever seen in your life, and they will hold against literally nothing. Buy a spool of thread and a needle if you are putting a sewing kit together for something like this. They also make pre-threaded ones. I, again, don't really recommend those. I do recommend buying either a short length of thread. They make a braid of different color threads if you really want to be that fancy. That's good thread, but buy a spool of thread and a needle and then put it in a Ziploc and throw it in your bag. And if you're going to buy a needle, obviously don't just throw it in a Ziploc. Put it in something that you won't lose. Because just like the knife, if you lose the needle, you'll be really sad later.
I keep my needle and thread in an old pill bottle, and that's a great place to keep it for specifically an emergency kit. Also, once again, I'm going to remind people, because this is one of my favorite facts, I have used this frequently in my life, more often than one would think. Dental floss is a viable substitute for thread in an emergency. You can use dental floss.
And then if all else fails, duct tape. Let's talk about it. All you need for duct tape, one of the things that I will do it live in front of all of you. Let's see if I can pull apart this duct tape because it's real old. I don't take the whole spool. I will take a pen and wrap 6 inches of duct tape around the pen and put it in my kit. So that you have duct tape, because again, duct tape can fix a lot of things. So my recommendation, small piece of duct tape. You can get a bigger one, especially for a bigger kit, but a little bit of duct tape and then a pen and a piece of paper, because yes, they cannot fix things, but they are useful tools to have.
And again, I do not necessarily recommend this, but if you are completely out of options, you can use duct tape on wounds. You can use duct tape on wounds. Again, this is one of those things where you are going to want to use antiseptic after the fact, but if you do not have anything else, you can use duct tape.
You put a
bandana and your
down,
bandana,
and then duct tape it on. Yes,
and
as
then
a
duct
person
tape that on.
Basically done.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then clean it and go see a medical professional. But like it'll stop the bleeding.
It will stop the bleeding.
Okay. I could talk forever about tools, but for stuff that you would carry every day, sewing kit, small amount of little like fiddly tools, especially if you're, big flag. If you're a person who wears glasses, get a glasses repair kit and put it in your bag. It's got your screws, it's got your little screwdriver, it's got a cleaning thing, and it's got nose pad replacements. Just get a little kit. They're really little. They fit in the bag. They're excellent. Because if you need your glasses to see, and especially, actually, I'm going to follow up on that. Going back to the first aid thing and medical and hygiene stuff. If you're a person who wears glasses or wears contacts, have a pair of glasses that is maybe your old prescription or something like that. Put them in the bag. Because it's not perfect, but it's better than not seeing. So make sure that you are taking care of the tools that you need to exist in the world, like glasses, or if you are a person who uses any kind of hearing tools, again, having extra batteries on hand is really important. If you're a person who uses a mobility aid, having things that ensure that your mobility aid stays with you, like a lanyard or a tether or something like that, is also probably something useful to throw in your bag. Because you might not be able to have a second of your mobility aid, but especially for something like a cane, having a lanyard that you can make sure that maybe you're in a storm or maybe something has happened, you can lanyard your cane to your arm. So have your things that make it so that you can live. Have things to support those in your kit. Okay, that's enough repair tools. Let's talk about shelter. Shelter is one of the most complicated ones for this, because if you are a person experiencing an emergency, having temporary shelter, especially if you live in a city, can be really complicated. Partly just because of ordinance laws and all kinds of laws that are meant to really disenfranchise people who are unhoused. Again, I live in Los Angeles. It's a big thing here. But if you are someone who is in an emergency and you need shelter, have a plan. If nothing else, have a plan. And whether that is knowing how to get to your friend's house and crashing on their couch, or just knowing how to get to your friend's house and then they can help you find shelter. Knowing how and where to go. Knowing where there might be a shelter that can take you in an emergency. Having $40 so that you can buy a bed at a hostel in your emergency kit. These are ways to have shelter without building temporary shelter, which is what the old school mountaineering version of this is supposed to be. But having a good plan for how to get shelter should your normal shelter become unavailable for some reason is really important. And so my big example is yes, it's kind of far away, but my number one choice for a shelter should mine become unavailable, which it did, is to drive to my family that doesn't live that far away. So I got in my car and drove to them because my shelter was no longer safe because of the fires. And if it were an emergency, I could have called other people who were maybe closer, but hey, guess what? When a city's on fire, everyone's kind of close to the fire too. So have a plan and have a backup. And we'll talk more about having a plan about what to do if your actual home is in danger and you're in it later. But having a plan for shelter and knowing at least some idea of how you might acquire it, especially if you are someone who is in need of emergency shelter, know where your local places are that will accept people for the night and stuff like that.
I think this is also helpful, being aware of specific kinds of shelters that you may need to utilize. So it's very scary to think and talk about, but knowing if and where there are any nuclear fallout shelters in your, where the closest one is to you, is just information that you should know, ultimately. Additionally, if you're in a place that lives, oh my god, can I speak? If you are someone who lives in a place with severe storms that may destroy structures, knowing where the closest storm shelter is. Knowing also, most cities have specific locations in the event of a climate emergency, so flooding, right? Know where your floodplains are. And I think we'll get into this a little bit about what your specific plan is and how to plan for your specific situation. But knowing what specific types of shelters are available to you, where the closest one is, and how to get there, is very, very helpful. And also being aware of what kind of shelters you may need. So that kind of is the first point of research to, if you don't know, Google what natural disasters happen in my region. It's good to know.
Which we'll talk about later. I have a resource for it.
Mm-hmm.
But also, once you have all that information for your immediate self, so this is something should an emergency occur when you are away at work, when you are maybe traveling to and from school, knowing, especially if you're a student, which I know a lot of you are, know what your school's emergency shelter plans are, because most schools have them. If you are an employee, especially at a larger company, a lot of them also have shelter plans. So learn what those things are and then put them in writing and put them in your kit. Put it all in writing. Put phone numbers in writing. Put the addresses in writing, and put the kind of shelter that they are in writing and put it in your kit.
Another thing that is helpful that may not necessarily be like part of the plan, but I think is just helpful advice to always give out, is to be familiar with your neighbors. Introduce yourself. Know who your neighbors are, because if you're dealing with something like a house fire, being able to like know who you also need to alert in the event of emergency, who you might immediately be able to go to for immediate shelter, people to be aware of to alert your wider community to something happening in your area. I've had to, talk to and figure out what emergency was happening with a group of, when we lived in Minneapolis, we had to talk to our neighbors to figure out like what was happening, and being aware of who those people are, and even having like very acquaintance, like just being acquainted with your neighbors, very helpful.
And then on top of that, oh my god, what was this thought I had? Oh, if you are a renter, also your building manager, and direct emergency contact information for your building, which is another thing that I've had to experience and know how to access, because when emergencies happen in your building, you may or may not have power to even fix them, because if you call in a professional, they're going to ask to talk to the person who actually owns the building or has the right to actually fix the problems in the building. So also write down information about your super, about, if you live in a dorm, your dorm emergency contact, that kind of stuff. Have that information written down in your kit as part of this. And we'll talk a lot more about accessing wider networks of care that are available in emergencies where this might happen. But just as a base 10 essential thing that you need to have a plan for shelter no matter where you are. And if you're traveling, you should do the same thing. You should look into what kind of shelter is available where you are going. All right. The next one is food. Now, this is not going to be the most delicious, succulent meal you've ever had, but every human in existence requires blood sugar to live. And especially if you are somewhere that maybe you're not going to get stuck for an entire, especially if you live in a city, you're not going to get stuck for an entire day probably without food. But in case of emergencies, that does happen. People are stuck in situations where you just can't get to a grocery store or a restaurant. You don't have the money. You don't have access for whatever reason to get to places that are willing to share food with you. So have basics. So this is kind of the stuff that I keep. This is a meat stick, a food bar, and a fruit snack pack. And the simple truth is also, you might not be the person facing an emergency who needs these things. This is the kind of stuff that if you encounter someone, the first thing that comes to mind always when it comes to food that I put in my kits is people who are facing insulin crises. So the first thing that I always pack is a sustainable thing that if someone is having an insulin problem, they might be able to consume safely to help them not have a full crash of their blood sugar. And then, again, if you are someone who experiences this, you have an idea, you probably have some things already, put some of those in the bag. Put it in the bag. But even if you are not a person who experiences that, this is it's super important, because if your blood sugar goes down, your brain stops working so well, your body stops working so well. So having food that is dense, shelf stable, and full of really good nutrients to power you. This is a food replacement right here. This one bar. This is a whole meal. I just remembered another first aid thing. This goes back to the community care side of it, which is if you are someone who lives in a city, if you are able to go to a place that gives out Narcan, put it in your kit. I carry Narcan in my car and in my kit.
Yep, we were talking about that in chat as well.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Yes, do it.
Additionally, in terms of food and first aid, if you are someone with an allergy, please, 1 extra EpiPen at least, please.
Yes, if you are able to get one, put it in there. Don't keep expired EpiPens in there, though. That one, yep. I'm talking about expired. A lot of other things, not EpiPens. Not that one.
Yep.
And also, if you are a person who has really strong food allergies, put it on a piece of paper and put it in there, because yes, normally you're going to be able to say that, but we don't do the safety bracelets so much anymore. I know some people do, and hey, that's a really good emergency tool. I think that they are brilliant. If you don't know what I'm talking about, they are bracelets that have a little medical symbol on it, and on it or inside of it is printed someone's medical emergency information about allergies or about special care that they might need. But if you are a person who experiences especially things like food allergies, put it on a card, because if you are someone who experiences, say, inflammation from your allergy, you can just put it on the card and say nut allergy. So, oh yeah, the tattoo thing I just saw is really good. That's really smart. So yeah, shelf stable food. And then water kind of goes in this category as well. But if you are like me and you have not only like a comfort cup but a water bottle at your hip, that will be enough. But also finding especially safe places to access water, again, knowing where you come and go from regularly, knowing where you have access to water is really important. And whether that is, at your job, you always have water, but maybe you also know where there's a park where there's a drinking fountain. Learn where these things are, because you shouldn't be spending any emergency money on water. And I know that sometimes that's the only option, but having a bottle of water, I keep 2 bottles of water in my car at all times outside of the water that I carry with me everywhere. Because again, it might not be you, it might be somebody else, and then you can give them that bottle of water. Especially if you're also carrying Narcan, they kind of go together. Just have a bottle of water as a first aid tool as well.
And to quickly answer a question from Gray in chat, which is by writing down, does Kai mean having a physical copy, like writing something down, or would printing out a typed copy also work? Is there a reason or preference for writing it down? And something that we talked about earlier was you can't always rely on having your phone, so having like a physically written, either up to you printed, either typed out and then printed, or something written longhand is really important to have. And we do specifically mean something that is like written in hard copy. Physically written somewhere, whether that is typed and printed or otherwise.
Yeah, sorry. I'm saying write it down because I know so few people actually own printers.
Mm-hmm. Library.
Yeah, library. But
library.
For this information, this is stuff that you could, in theory, write longhand and
mm-hmm.
be good.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, water. Just like the shelter plan, carry water on you. You should carry water on you all the time. Hey, guess what? Your body needs water. You should drink it all the time. You're probably dehydrated right now. I know I am. But also know where you can get access to safe to drink water. And if you don't know this, I'm just going to give you the 2-second spiel on safe to drink water, which is most water is not safe to drink. It is a misconception that has gone on for a very long time. Do not just drink publicly available water. And if you were, so on the outdoor version of this, the things that you carry are things like life straws, which are auto reverse filtering straws that you can drink out of a stream with. They're awesome. Or they make tablets that actually safely distill water. If you're a person who is experiencing houselessness, I might actually try and get your hands on some of those tablets, because they're actually very good and it makes most water potable. But also finding places like a park. A lot of parks do have drinking fountains in them, especially in larger cities, and you can get a lot of water out of them because they are safely filtered to drink out of. But a lot of places just don't drink out of the faucet, especially the faucet. Don't do it. And learn what kind of contaminants are in your local water and get things that clean it out for your house if you don't already have that, in general, in life. Or have a plan to be able to regularly secure pre-bottled water, because I know a lot of people also that is the safest option. But not everyone's water, even within the US, has the same contaminants in it. And sometimes a charcoal filter is enough, and sometimes it is very much so not enough. So Brita pictures don't fix everything. Do your research on what's in your water table. Okay. And there's a little thing in here that's kind of like an extra little asterisk, which is we live in a capitalism. One of the number one things I recommend doing is putting not a $20 bill, but singles and change in your kit. Maybe like $5-10 if you can spare it in a little bag in your kit, especially a couple dollars in quarters. Because yes, we are becoming more and more digital as a society when it comes to money, but there's still a lot of old machines that specifically quarters will get you a really long way and dollar bills will get you the rest of the way. And if you are able to, putting $40 aside will get you probably a bed in a hostel. It might get you a whole meal if you need it. It'll get you out of a lot of situations. So if you can put some money in the bag, I do really recommend doing it. If for no other reason, then it's your rainy day fund that you can take out later. And then the last one, I do recommend everyone have a piece of clothing. Usually for warmth, sometimes for other things. My headphones cut out. That's so weird. But the stuff that you would want another piece of clothing for, including things like the bandana, is for sun protection, warmth, but also say something spills on you. This goes back to the prepping for a Tuesday thing. If something terrible happens to my shirt, I'll be really upset. I really like this shirt. But say you rip a giant hole in it. Having a sweatshirt or having like a over piece of shirt, like a flannel shirt or something like that, folded somewhere that you can regularly access, means that if your pants rip, you can cover it. If your shirt rips, you can cover it. If you're cold, you can cover yourself. You can use it as sun protection. In an emergency, you could even use it as a sleeping thing. You can ball it up and make it a pillow. You can use it for almost anything. So having one errant piece of outer dressing, whether that is a button-down shirt, a sweatshirt, a hoodie, something like that. If you live in a colder climate, maybe a heavier jacket or something like a puffer, and one of those stuffable puffer jackets, something like that. That's the kind of stuff that I recommend having one piece of clothing on hand. Yeah. I'm going to fix my headphones.
Yeah, I'll let you do that. Whew. I had a good thought, and then I started answering questions. And now...
Oh, no!
I remember the thought. A lot of this, the 10 essentials are really good. I think we're going to get into like very specific plans for you and yourself. But also, the clothes, water, food, all of these essentials, you can also tailor specifically to where you are and also what situation you are going to be in. So for example, if you are in a place that experiences flooding or you are making a kit specifically to prepare for the potential of flooding, like clothes to prevent you from being wet for a long time once you reach dryness is super important, right?
Put it in a Ziploc.
Put it in a Ziploc bag, putting all of this in a waterproof bag. Right? Thinking specifically about what it is that you are preparing for, and what will help you in these situations. So in our in the slide, you can also see there's a hat and gloves. If you are going hiking in a mountain and you are making a small bag for your hiking pack, gloves and a hat. Gloves and a hat. A second pair of gloves, right? Because if that first pair of gloves gets wet, you will need a second pair so you do not get frostbite, right?
And socks. If you are somewhere cold, socks.
If this is something that you are putting in a car, right? Having a second pair of shoes in the car, just like an old pair of boots that you got for $5 at Savers, like an old pair you don't really wear anymore. Even if they're sneakers, they don't even have to be boots. Just a second pair of shoes that you can wear. Yes, trash bags. That you can wear on your feet, plastic bags, wrap your shoes up in them.
Trash bags are one of the most valuable emergency tools also. It's one of those things where you never know, but you can make a shelter out of a trash bag that you can survive under for a night.
Yep.
The last one that's more community aimed, it is also a useful survival tool, but the number one thing I think everyone should carry in every bag, no matter where you live, right now is a whistle. It is not a part of the 10 essentials necessarily anymore, but boy, if you live literally anywhere, especially in the United States, you should carry a whistle on you. Because if you're lost somewhere and you blow a whistle, everyone's going to look. But also, If you are somewhere where a member of your community is in danger and you blow a whistle, everyone's going to look. And if you live somewhere where maybe there is community organizing, or maybe there isn't, and you can be the one who does this, you can look up whistle kits, and you should have one. It involves a pamphlet that has information on what to do if ice is endangering your community. It has multiple languages usually printed in it of instructions for people who may or may not read English as their first language. And it has a whistle so that people in your community can be aware and help protect people, especially the most vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
So put a whistle in it.
Put a whistle in it. Whistles are also super, super, super helpful for specifically like rural survivability. And if you are in a crisis where you are waiting for safety, for like other personnel to come find you and rescue you, your voice will not last forever. Your voice box is also a resource. Shouting ad nauseum for a long time is not going to be very helpful, but a whistle does all of that work for you. It's extremely helpful to have, especially if you are in a situation where you may be waiting to be rescued or need someone to find you. Very helpful for
and
for
also if there's two of you,
well.
You can blow whistles at each other.
Mm-hmm. Help you find someone else.
Yeah, it's really good. I'm a big fan.
Mm-hmm.
I've done it in the forest with no guide. It's really fun, actually. When you're not in an emergency, obviously. Yeah, so that is the everyday version of the Wilderness Survival 10 Essentials. If you wanted to do more reading on this, if you search 10 Essentials, you'll get outdoor stuff. But there's a lot of good stuff in there, and you can always think about how to retool the stuff that is in there, either to your price range, because a lot of the outdoor stuff, it is a like luxury recreational hobby where there's a lot of really expensive stuff. You don't need that. You don't. But what you can do is think about ways that you can retool the stuff that you do find. And I highly recommend it. Yeah. All right. Ready for the next slide.
All right. That's my job. I forgot.
Yeah, you're doing good. Home kits and plans. This is where you talk to the people you live with. Talk to the people you live with and make an emergency plan. You should do it. Everyone should have one. You should have an emergency plan. And we're going to talk through all of it. The first part is make a kit. It's a little bit basic. We're going to talk about that in the next slide. Don't worry. You don't have to read ahead. There's more kit information. It's the stuff that we've talked about and then some. Look at your local area's inclement weather and other natural disaster cycles, including floods, heat, storms, earthquakes, fire, sinkholes, etc., and make a kit that reflects those hazards. If you are in a place that regularly floods, maybe having some sandbags, not the worst plan. If you live somewhere that maybe has, like where I live, fire problems, earthquake problems, having a kit that reflects those things is really important. So at the top, up here, big bold letters, says types of emergencies. If you scan that QR code, it will take you to a website owned by the Red Cross that actually has a pretty comprehensive list of the kind of emergencies that people experience in every kind of scenario. Like I really like this list. And what it includes is everything from like what normally happens in certain times of year. So right now this month's common emergencies section says wildfire, tornadoes, and floods, because we are in spring and those are the things that happen. But also includes things like carbon monoxide poisoning, highway safety concerns, high wind, accidentally experiencing poisoning, power outage, water safety. So if you are somewhere while you're making this plan, look at this list, look at a similar list, look at what your city, your locality talks about as the emergency preparedness things, and take them into account when you're making your kit and your plan. And then, hey, make a kit, but also make a plan. Together, make a plan with the people you live with that includes safeguarding your home against possible hazards, which includes things like, for me, earthquakes involved me attaching every piece of furniture in my house to the wall. And using things like blue tack or museum putty to secure things that might fall over and harm myself, my roommate, my cats, etc. But that is different for literally everybody. This goes back to the whole thing about sandbags and all that stuff. Learn, and you hopefully maybe already know at least some of the stuff that might normally happen. Safeguard your home against those things before emergencies happen. And then the next thing is have not only emergency contact information for all the people that you live with, whether that is, your family, your roommates, your partners, whatever. Not only having their information, but having someone to contact if you cannot get in touch with them is very important. And that emergency services information for your area. And this includes most especially things like emergency information hotlines and stuff like that. So a lot of cities actually have phone numbers that you can call to find out about natural disasters and natural disaster live information for your area. Phone providers have gotten pretty good about also making it something that your phone will just alert you to. But again, we're not depending on our phones here. And then for your actual physical house, know where your safe exits are. Maybe it's the fire escape. Maybe it's the stairwell. Maybe it's your back door. Know all your safe exits and make sure that for the most part they stay clear. Because especially your fire escape and that kind of stuff could be the difference between life and death. So know where your emergency exits are and make sure that they are maintained. If you live somewhere that maybe, if you don't have two modes of egress from your home, have to know how to break a window, or maybe you have a balcony and get an emergency ladder. You gotta have at least two ways out because stuff can go wrong in one doorway.
Yeah. I maybe go a little bit overboard with this because of the way that I am, specifically about crisis management. But when I live somewhere for a long period of time, I do always try to know how to get out of the specific room that I'm in if the door were blocked. It is something, just, you don't have to practice it. And again, it doesn't even need to be necessarily reasonable, but no, like if you are in a life or death situation, if you are in an emergency, knowing how you are going to get out, or what the way out is, in case of an emergency, is something you can do. Again, that's a little overboard, but is...
Know what chair you're going to throw out the window.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I'm going to hop out this window and, hop onto the little balcony that's out there and then climb up over onto our back porch and then walk down the stairs, right? If I got stuck in here, that's what I would do.
And then the last part of making a plan with your whole house is agree on a safe secondary gathering location that you can all arrive at without phones. And it's got to be far away enough from your home that you can all reasonably be clear of the danger, but close enough that you all can theoretically walk, roll, etc. yourself there. So, in the case of like a flood or something like that, it might be somewhere that's got high ground. Ideally for like an earthquake, a lot of the times, especially in the state of California, they say to get in the middle of the street, which is true. And so I not only have one for directly here at my house, but also I have one a block away. So that it's a rallying point should anything happen to us and we are separated.
Additionally, you can make different plans based on different potential emergencies. So if you are in a place that experiences flooding and tornadoes, you can make a different plan for each of those things because your response to each of those things is likely actually going to be different. So your meeting place for if you experience a house fire might be different from if you experience major flooding. And having, again, those things written down for each person is going to be very helpful. Also, a question in chat that I want to bring our attention to is there something that makes something a safe exit, specifically? And I think that one is an exit that is clear for you to be able to move through. So, for example, sometimes you have boots sitting out in front of a door, right? That might block your path, especially if you are running or moving quickly. You don't want anything that you can potentially trip on. And do you have any other thoughts, Kai, about like what makes something a safe
Yeah.
exit?
Yeah. I mean, the first and foremost one is this goes back to like people who live in buildings with elevators. Don't use the elevator. But also if you are someone that needs, like if you maybe have mobility issues, whether that is because you can't climb over certain things, or maybe you need a smooth walking path, make sure that you know those points of egress from your living place. And if you are someone that needs, that like can't climb, maybe a fire escape with a ladder isn't your best way down. And so it's safe not only in that it's clear, which is absolutely, that's like the number one thing is when you maintain a safe exit, that safety includes keeping it clear. And also it allows the fire department to safely enter is the other thing, especially in a lot of these emergencies. You got to also think about EMS, emergency services, how they would arrive and how they might get someone, maybe you, out of peril. And so it is a lot of knowing how you need to get out and how other people would get in. The other thing about making a plan also, unless you have a point on that, C.
I was just going to say specifically in the event that you are somebody who is not able to walk up or down stairs, and there are no other options, having someone that you are in contact with who lives in the same space as you, who either is aware of where you are in an emergency or is there with you, who can help you manage that again in an emergency. I think like a part of environmentalism and climate catastrophe and management, we touched on this, is that the most vulnerable are often affected worse, first, and harder. So being aware of those things, being aware of your own needs, and making plans for those needs are super important to have before they happen, before you need to use them.
Yeah. And my last point on this, it's not on here, but it is so important to the point where it's a plot point in Arc 4 of the Chaos Protocol. If you have people who do not have agency or voice, you should take into account their safety and their well-being. This includes children, pets. They don't have a voice as often in these sorts of things, but if you are a person with children, they should be part of this conversation. I know it's big and scary, but genuinely, one of the best things you can start doing is prepping your children for emergencies when they are young, because otherwise they won't know what's going on and it's even scarier. So one of the first things is this is an everybody planning conversation, including getting children involved in the conversation. And the second one is your pets have to be a part of this consideration as well, because they are living beings that are entrusted to your care. And so one of the things is if you are a pet owner, you should also include in your safety plans and in your egress plans how you're getting your pets out safely. And that isn't just opening the gate, because there's a lot of places in the world where people just open the gate for their dogs to run, and it is honestly so detrimental. You are basically you are giving them a death sentence in a lot of places, especially for floods and storms. It's different for like large livestock and stuff like that, but for like dogs, cats, that kind of stuff, just opening the door is not enough. You have to have a plan to get them out. And so I always keep a pillowcase because I have reptiles and they can safely be transported in pillowcases. And I keep a cat carrier that is safe for both of my cats to be in at once in an emergency. And I'll tell you what, it works as a person who has used all of these things. So make sure that you have not only kits for yourself, but for your kids and your pets, and for any elderly that might also need your help. Having those kits available for people who cannot make it for themselves and cannot care it for themselves is paramount when you are making these plans.
Yep. This also is helpful to include things like collars with your name information and a way to contact you that your pets can wear, and/or microchips if that is available to you. In case in an emergency, if you are separated from your pet uncontrollably, right?
Yep.
I'm thinking about Clementine, my frog, and how it might be a good idea to have a special container with information
Sure.
on it. Like a
Tupperware.
container for her.
Yeah,
A reptile
it's
specialist
Tupperware.
a reptile specialist that I follow literally uses Tupperware with holes drilled in the top and the information written on it.
That's currently how I keep her feeders. I keep them in a little Tupperware with holes in. Okay,
Put your frog in
that's
a box.
Put your frog in a box.
Put a frog in it.
Yeah. So the last one is practice. Maybe don't do all of the extreme things of like breaking windows and stuff like that, but if you have a rallying point, which you should have, you should practice getting there without your phone. If you need to carry someone or something or pets downstairs, practice doing it. Don't hurt yourself, but know how you're going to do it, because doing it in an emergency when the adrenaline is high is not a reliable way of doing something for the first time. So practice. And practice with your kids, especially if you do have kids, or your pets, so that they are acclimated to doing something that is extremely unusual and scary.
I used to practice as a kid, and then I actually used it.
And then when you practice, you can revisit things that don't work and revise them. And make sure then you're also checking in and doing it maybe once or twice a year, because your life changes too. Maybe your emergency contact for one of your roommates is outdated. Maybe they're not dating that person anymore. You know, change it as you need to, as life changes. And maybe you live in a rotating roommate situation, and maybe you need to include a new roommate in it. Maybe you need to include a new family member in it. You know, do these things and practice them, because it is invaluable to know exactly how you are going to get in and out of a dangerous situation.
Oh my
God. Mr. Man, Mr. Man.
Wow. This is also
All right.
helpful to. All of this is really helpful also for when you're traveling. I'm just as a personal example that I'm looking at Bao Bao. Connie and I once stayed in a hotel while we were moving to where we live currently, and the hotel caught on fire, and it was 3:00 in the morning, and we had just gotten there, and I had to drag Bao Bao out from underneath the hotel bed. It was a very scary situation. But so like knowing what you are going to do also when you're traveling, it's just really helpful to know and be aware of. Most hotels have signage pointed for their fire exits. Just take 1 second to look at it. It's just really helpful.
And it's law to have it on the back of the door as well.
Yep.
Yes.
When you get
this happened in Ohio.
Yeah. One of the many reasons we are.
That state.
Ohio. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, but yes. This is true for any other places you might be, like movie theaters, for instance. If you're traveling on an airplane, a train, like just actually listen to the flight attendants when they're doing the safety thing. Like something I always do when whenever I fly on a plane, which is not very often nowadays, is I always actually just like the first thing I do after I get situated is I take out the safety pamphlet and I read the whole thing and I situate myself in relation to the safety pamphlet, and I take note of where all the emergency exits are and what I would do if something were to happen, if the plane had to make an emergency landing, for instance, or if something happened on the plane, and to be, just aware of what to do in common situations you might find yourself in. If you travel frequently by public transit, take a note of like where the emergency exits on a train doors that you use frequently might be, or in like particular train stations.
Same goes for cruise ships, theme parks, and theaters. Interesting point of fact from a previous theme park employee for many years. Most theme parks by law have to keep enough supplies there for every person who could be there during open hours during an emergency, so that places like Disneyland in Tokyo, there was a tsunami, and they actually housed all of the people who were there as attendees at the resort for, I think it was 5 days, on the supplies that they kept on site for an emergency. And a lot of these places actually do have like full emergency like hubs and headquarters that run emergency preparedness. So look into, hey, the place I'm going, do they have an emergency preparedness plan? Can I read it?
Mm-hmm. It's great for travel, especially if you're traveling to a place you've never been before.
Yes.
All right.
Speaking of pets, though, Baba is so funny right now. Miso, our snake, is out and moving, and he's been staring at her, like looking. I think
They're
it's like
connected.
Rigby does
noticing her
this.
for the first time.
Rigby's obsessed with my snake laying, and he's afraid of everything, but he's obsessed with the snake. And I always tell him, if you see this 6-foot-long snake entirely, you would scream and run away.
I had something to say. I think in terms of like when we're thinking about making a plan, making a kit, preparing, a lot of this is coming from, I think, Kai, something that you said earlier, which is that practicing in an emergency is the most dangerous time to practice. So none of this is necessarily meant to invite or suggest paranoia, doomerism, or despair, but preparedness helps you in an emergency. And I hope that you will never have to use these kits. I hope that none of us will ever have to use these kits, but having them available to you before you need them is extremely helpful. And knowing these things makes it easier for you to manage a crisis, whether that is a crisis that you are experiencing or a crisis that someone else is experiencing. Somebody else having a emotional reaction in a movie theater, you being able to help them safely down the stairs and to the exit is just good community care, right? You can implement a lot of these things in a lot of different ways. And it is not meant to invite paranoia, but to invite a sense of preparedness and care for one another.
1000%.
Something that I actually was taught when I worked at the Y for like a period of my life. This was like right before COVID shutdowns.
3 weeks.
The initial
That's
ones in
wild.
2020 for like 3 weeks. I know I was hired. I worked for 3 weeks and then I got furloughed and like laid off because of COVID. But as part of those 3 weeks, something I did was as a Y employee, I had to enroll in first aid training and kind of like first responder training. And something like it's definitely rusty, and I would want to take a course again and like actually relearn the skills. But something I was taught is people like to think that in an emergency situation they would rise to the occasion. But what actually happens is you fall back to your lowest level of training. So when an emergency hits, you freeze unless you've done it before, and like that is what the least amount that you've done is kind of what you fall back onto. So the more that you practice that muscle, the more prepared you will be, even if you've never dealt with an emergency before. But
Motions to
that's just
arc
something
4.
that like lives in my brain. Yes.
I almost forgot. Almost as important as sunscreen also is bug repellent. I almost forgot, and it's in my kit, and I was looking in my bag. I was like, I went over everything. Nope, I missed 2 things. 1, bug repellent. I don't care where you live. There's bugs there. I am a person who's very reactive to bugs, so I'm extremely paranoid. And I use Pickardin as my bug spray. And this is a pump bottle as well, so it's not a pressurized spray can. This is just a pump bottle. It's great, big fan. And then the other one is I always carry, even if I don't need it, batteries in a little bag. Okay, I'm ready to move on to home kits. We're going to try and burn through those a little bit more, but they are so important. Okay. Home kits for your household. I keep 3 of these, but that's because I'm not normal. I keep 1 in my house, I keep 1 in my car, and I have a 3rd one in storage. So, the reason for that is not only do I not want bad things to happen to me and my loved ones, but as we've been saying, these are also things that we can share. So there should be enough of anything you put in this kit for everyone in your house, plus at least 1 other person. Because you never know, and in a real emergency, you will end up scooping up people. Truly. And that is how community care works. So have enough for everyone plus 1. And that'll get you really far, because then you can stretch it out and maybe you find 2 people and then everyone has a little bit less, but everyone gets to eat. Everyone gets water. Everyone has enough first aid. Enough for everyone plus 1 is a really good rule of thumb. The basics, water, food. These ones are ones that you're going to want to be shelf stable and able to be prepackaged. So water, I usually just buy those like big old jugs of water and I just keep them by my front door. But if you have refillable containers, that's great. One of the things that you can buy, they do make like emergency prepper water, which I have also owned in my life, and that doesn't really go bad. It just kind of gets plasticky and gross over time, but it is perfectly drinkable, potable water. And it should be enough water that everyone can not only stay hydrated for a day, but you can cook with it. So it's like 2 big jugs for me. And then food. This should be not only the kind of food that I showed you in the emergency self kit, but also things like dry noodles, rice, things like that, because this is not just food for, oh no, my blood sugar is crashing and I have to think. This is, we have been dislocated from our home and we need to eat a meal. Hopefully that doesn't happen where you're only eating this food, but if nothing else, this is where people end up buying MREs and that kind of stuff. They also do make pre-prepped food bars that have enough nutrients, in theory, to get you through a day. They're gross. I've eaten them, but they work. They do. And so having pre-packed food, this could be things like cans, this could be things like dry goods, but having enough for a day, maybe 2, is ideal. I think that the average like basic prepper suggestion is like 3 to 5. But if you live in an apartment, that's not necessarily feasible as far as just storage goes. So my minimum is usually 2 to 3. And then make sure that you check it regularly and eat it before it goes bad and replace it. Flashlight. This goes back to my lantern spiel. They make great safety lights that you can plug into a wall and maintain their battery for a long time and then can be put on battery life later. You could just buy stuff like this. Having a source of light and 1 candle. We'll come to that later. But candles are invaluable because they can't run out of battery. They can run out of wax. That's a problem for later. But more than a birthday candle, less than, say, a 5-hour, 3-wick massive pillar candle. And then battery or hand crank radio. This one seems very like strange, but at least here in the US, and I know in a lot of other places, if phone communication goes down, the main way that emergency EMS can get in touch with people is through radio waves. And so having a rudimentary radio, they make emergency preparedness radios, but just any old, maybe you have an old Walkman, maybe, you know, whatever tool you have that you can access specifically AM radio and know the AM radio station you need to tune into. There's usually along the side of the road or wherever you are. For emergency information in this area, tune into AM blah, blah, blah. Note what that station is and have a radio to listen to it. They make great combo crank radios. They have all kinds of stuff, but even if it's just something as simple as an old radio that you don't use anymore that you need to put batteries in, that's a radio. Your car, also great radio. Having a radio, fantastic. And then the batteries are not only going to be for your radio, but also your flashlights. Maybe something else you don't know. Maybe you're a person who needs things like insulin reader. Guess what? Those need batteries. And we'll get to cell phone and that kind of stuff later. That's other batteries. Medications. Again, like 7 days of your medication. If you take medication, having it on hand, again, take it before it expires and replace it. But medications are really important for everybody in the house. But everybody in the house, in the kit. Personal hygiene, this is going to include things like a toothbrush and toothpaste, because it may not seem super important in an emergency, but again, like I was saying earlier, hygiene is the first place that infection happens if you don't take care of it. So brush your teeth, wash your face, have a bar of soap, have toothpaste, and it'll get you a long way. They also make Castile soap, which you can use for washing your dishes, washing your hair, washing your skin, washing all kinds of stuff. You could just get a little bottle of that and put that in there. That stuff's amazing. But having soap, especially like a multi-useful soap, also dish soap is also very multi-useful. So if you can only put one soap in, dish soap is a really good soap to put in. because you can wash your hair with it. I know it'll dry it out, but you'll be clean. And then if you are someone who uses contacts or glasses, eye drops. If you are someone who needs any other kind of hygiene, like people who menstruate, that kind of stuff, have some of that. Have a multi-tool. Doesn't have to be a big knife. Doesn't have to just have a simple set of tools. Maybe it's just a little box that has a bunch of tools in it. Maybe it's more tools that you bought from Savers or wherever you buy your secondhand stuff. Maybe you go to Harbor Freight Tools and buy $1 screwdriver. Whatever tool you put in that box, put it in there, leave it in there, make sure it works. But have tools so that if you need to screw something, unscrew something, wrench something open, wrench it closed, break a window. I say break a window a lot because it's actually a really common thing that you need to be comfortable doing in an emergency. If this one is going in your car, you can add things like they make hammers specifically for emergencies in cars. It has a point on the end that is meant to safely break glass in cars. They usually also have a seatbelt cutter pre-attached to them. They're really cool, they're really good, and they are invaluable, especially if you live somewhere that either experiences a lot of flooding, has a lot of bridges, or what was the third one? I don't remember. But basically, if your car could be in the water, I do actually really recommend those hammers. Oh, and the other thing they often have is a de-icer blade on it. So if you live somewhere that also gets really cold, you can de-ice your windshield so you can safely see out of it.
Yes, blizzards are another form of potential climate crisis. If you live somewhere where the winters get cold, have extra blankets, layers in your house in case your power/heat goes out.
Especially survival blankets. I know it seems really paranoid to buy survival blankets, but they package up like the size of a can of tuna, and they can keep you pretty warm for a pretty long time. Okay. One of the most important ones that goes in here for sure is copies of important and or personal documents. You don't need to put the original in there. If you're someone like me, especially if you live somewhere that does have things that can really endanger the physical integrity of things in your home, which includes flooding, fire, storms, I do recommend having things like a fire safe for your important documents that allow you to do things in the world, but having a copy of those things in your emergency kit, including things like your passport, your driver's license, your birth certificate, that kind of stuff in there, so that if someone needs to access that information, if it's an emergency, they're not going to ask you for the original. They're going to understand if you lost your wallet, if you don't have your birth certificate on you, that kind of stuff. But having a copy will get you a long way. You can also get officially registered copies of your birth certificate, especially in the US if you go to City Hall. It's a lot of work, so it's not required. But a photocopy is pretty easy. Go to the library. This also includes things like adoption certificates, pet documentation, medical history. If you have access to these things and you're a person who needs them regularly, have a copy in there. Again, written emergency contact information. If we've said nothing else this entire stream, remember emergency contact information in writing. Uh-oh.
Sorry, there was an ant on me. It's fine now.
Oh, ew.
Yeah.
Extra cash. This goes back to the thing I said earlier. If you're able to do this, I do recommend having, especially for your whole household, $50 in a bag in there. $50 will get you a really long way in an emergency. It'll get you a bus fare if you need to travel somewhere far. It'll get you, hopefully a bed overnight. It'll get you food if you need it. It'll patch up things that maybe need a little bit of extra work, because we live in a capitalism and money does work. And again, not in a $50 bill, not in 20s, in 5s, singles, and change. And then emergency blankets. I don't care if you live somewhere cold, hot, you need an emergency blanket. Put a blanket in your car, put a blanket in your kit, because also, especially if you have blankets that are at the end of their life, if you have it in your car and you see someone in need, you can give it to them and you won't care. It'll be great. Highly recommend. And the same goes for the food, especially if you're keeping food in your car. I keep a box of food that I we have a lot of food restriction in my house, and as we learn that there's food that we can't eat, I put it in my car and I give it to people. Because that's the best thing you can do with things that you can't use anymore, is use it in emergencies and give it away. That's the list, baby.
Yeah. If I were to add something as an outdoorsy little butch, I would also add something with which to make fire, such as matches.
Oh yeah, I've completely. I even meant to say something about that.
That's what. Yeah. Where it's teamwork makes the dream work. Something to make fire with, matches, a lighter. Those are really the big ones.
They make flint sticks.
Flint
sticks are the best.
Yep. This will also be helpful if you only have candles, right? Something to light your candle with. You know.
And specifically, if you're getting matches, don't get cutesy, artsy candle lighting matches. Get all-weather matches. If you live somewhere that has rain or storms and you're worried about, whether or not you can light it in there, they make all-weather matches. They're awesome. They're like lighting a signal flare, and they really work. Do not depend on, cute little handle lighters that you use to light your candles. Get a little, handheld lighter. They're really straightforward. But have matches. Really, my biggest tip is either if you don't know how to use a flint, get matches.
Yeah. And two questions actually coming in from chat. Is it true that you can use fire to sterilize things, or is that movie fluff? That is an asterisk. You can sort of sometimes, depending, right? Depending on what you're trying to sterilize, depending on how long it is in the fire for, how well it is sterilized, etc. Doing it is better than not doing it in most cases.
With the caveat that burns are also another injury.
Yes.
So unless you know what you're doing, do not use fire to sterilize things.
Yes. Do not try to cauterize a wound unless you know what you're doing. Specifically, if you are trying to, for instance, heating up a needle to sterilize it, you can try to do so. Wait till it is cool to use it. Don't put it down, right? But do not try to burn yourself to stop a wound. Use a tourniquet or use your other first aid devices first.
What was the other question?
The other question was, what do you mean by a flint stick? What are they? / how do you use them?
I love them. As an outdoor kid, TM who can make fire literally anywhere, flint sticks are great because they are one of the oldest ways that we've made fire as people. You can actually buy packaged little containers that just have a little rod of flint in them that if you strike it the right way, it makes enough sparks that you can light kindling and start a fire. They're not hard, and if you're interested in doing that, honestly, buy a flint stick and you'll learn pretty quickly, but it does take actually striking it pretty acutely, and if you are someone who goes outdoors often, like does a lot of outdoorsing type stuff, I would actually learn how to start fire with sticks. And also carry things that start fires. But actually the best thing you can do if you're someone who actually expects to need to light fires in an emergency is to learn to light fires anywhere with anything.
And I think one of my last pieces of advice is, especially if you live somewhere rural, but I think this also applies to folks who live in more urban / city regions, it is a really good idea. Just a basic life skill for you to do, like take 15 minutes, do a little bit of research on your local flora and your local fauna. I'm not necessarily suggesting that you get a foraging guide, but know what types of poisonous or dangerous animals live in your area. Do you have coyotes? Do you have mosquitoes? Do you have ticks? Do you have bears, right? Do you have snakes, and what kinds? Do you have leeches, right? What are those things? And if you were to come into contact with them, the very basics on how to manage that situation, right? It is I think it's very helpful. Also, what do poisonous plants look like? If you need to walk from an unsafe location to your safe location, what things might you encounter in the outdoors and how will you manage them? What does poison ivy look like? What does poison oak look like? Right? What do those things look like and how do you manage them?
And when you are amassing printed emergency resources, one of the things you can do is you can actually look up ident cards for your local area, and it'll have pictures, and it'll clearly say, like, I guess, especially for things like poison oak and poison ivy, like, it'll show you the shape of the leaf on the picture so that if you are walking somewhere, you can look at it and go, here's this picture. Does this look like that? They're great tools. Yeah. The other thing is, like I said earlier, and it's on the slide with a very handsome picture of Babao staring into the sun, is pet care stuff, child care stuff. You know, care for the people in your household as well, because again, they are part of this kit.
Oh my god, I had one more thing, but now I don't remember. Damn. Problem with safety.
Ooh.
Yeah. Ham has a good...
phone batteries. Phone batteries.
Yeah. Oh, I remember. Sorry, go ahead.
Go.
Masks.
Oh, okay.
This is actually something I need to...
Put masks in your stuff.
Put masks in your stuff. Please. You know?
And they're actually really useful. So when COVID started to hit Los Angeles, I already had a bunch of them because they're good for outdoors emergencies, fire emergencies. There's like places that have unsafe weather, like air conditions that are outside of storms, because again, we live in a place where people are just allowed to pollute in the air. So having those on hand in general in life, super useful.
Yep. It also keeps your community safer. If you are in an emergency, getting or giving someone else COVID is not going to help that situation. Again, this is all about risk mitigation, right? Mitigate in any and all ways that you possibly can for yourself and for the people around you.
For your phone, now that I've told you to never use your phone for emergency things, if you have it and it works, use it. And if you want it to keep working for longer, have things like power banks. This is my monolithic one. You do not need one this big. This is like 6 charges of my phone. But they make smaller ones. They make more reasonable ones. Having a power bank, having the correct cables, and having, especially for your home kit, having all the correct cables to charge all the important devices for your household in there. So if you have 3 different phone cables that people use in your household, you're going to have 3 phone cables in that kit. Because yes, phones aren't the most reliable, but especially if you're dislocated from your home and you need to contact and be involved in emergency conversations, the easiest and most convenient one is to just have a charged phone. Oh yes, and I saw Lamia in chat saying that there's solar chargers too, which I do also own, and then they can charge things like this. Solar chargers are excellent. I do highly recommend them in general.
Yeah. Phew. I think we did
y'all,
good.
I hope you feel more prepared. Yeah, I hope you all feel way more prepared now.
Yeah. It's a lot.
I sure do.
Yeah, and it's a lot of stuff, right? And it's it can kind of be a little bit overwhelming to have to like do all of this, but I hope all of us going through this stuff together and is helpful. And a lot of this stuff is you can repurpose from stuff you have in your house. So if you are in a situation where you don't have the ability to buy any of these things new or even secondhand, look at what you have around in your house. And even if you're not able to take it out of kind of its daily rotation, be aware of where it lives in your house. If you can't make it and put it into a kit for emergencies, be aware of where it lives in your house, right? Where is your can opener? Where is your flashlight? Where is a hammer in this house? Where is your kitchen knife, right? Where is a fork, right? Where are these things? Where is a strip of, where is your water bottle, right? Where are these things that you may or may not have? And what are good alternatives if you don't have access to them?
Mm-hmm. I just saw Hamna's really good point in chat, which is if you have paper goods that have important information on them, if you're able to, laminate them. And if you can't get a laminator or don't have access, you can always use shipping tape.
That's a great tip. Yeah. And I think
Hell yeah.
and there's another question about like how much strength is needed for flint sticks. If that is something that you're not very much, but also if that is something you're not super comfortable or familiar using, you can get comfortable using it, but also there are great alternatives. You don't necessarily need flint sticks. A match or a lighter will work just as good in an emergency situation, as just kind of like a yes and answer. And a lot of this stuff you can also potentially find and get from community resources. Gray is talking about different ways to get masks if you don't have access to any right now. Mask box, right? The food libraries? Oh my god. Food banks.
Food banks?
I was like, my two favorite places. The food bank and the library. Food banks will often have shelf-stable food, so you can go to a food bank to get stuff like that. Community fridges, free stores, like Hamna's saying in chat. Great places to go.
Also, if you are someone who is either unhoused or has unstable housing, look up community care kits that are being distributed in your neighborhood. Because they're invaluable and they have a lot of the things that I'm talking about here already pre-built into them. And if you are a person who has the financial resources to make community care kits, I do recommend doing it. It's a way to give people dignity and safety in times of crisis, whether it is unhoused or otherwise.
Mm-hmm. There's actually another great tip from chat from Rashad, which is if you have a car, having a 12-volt inverter is super helpful, because you can basically power your phone, batteries, like other like electronic devices with your phone. With your car. Right?
With your car,
right?
And also for cars, if you are not driving an EV, jumper cables. If you're driving an EV, never carry jumper cables; you'll kill your car. But if you are a person with a car, I also recommend looking up like car roadside emergency kits. There are plenty of good resources on looking that up. But specifically for emergencies, having jumper cables is invaluable, because the last thing you want is to be stuck on a one-way road and someone's car is dead in it. So jumper cables are a really good resource. They also make like remote jumpers and stuff like that they're just like boxes. But having a kit to specifically also include your car as a tool in all of this is really helpful.
Cars are extremely helpful if you have access to them. They can be very helpful. They can be, sometimes it depends. It depends on your situation, right? All of this is very dependent. And all of this is to help us all be better prepared to help each other, to help ourselves, to support each other, support ourselves, to manage the many little crises that come with a large crisis, and hopefully be able to work through all of this as safely and as easily as possible. Cool. Awesome.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Ooh, that was big.
We've learned a lot. Okay. I'll try to. Oh my God, what am I saying? We're gonna go on break now. We're gonna come back and have our discussion in a little bit. If you have any other questions, we'll see if we can answer them while we're on break or when we come back. Feel free to continue discussing amongst yourselves and each other. I know some folks have been posting in the Discord already different resources. And Kai, if you're open to it, actually, maybe we could post the slides in the server after this too. Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Sounds good. Okay, cool. We're going to go to break, unless there's anything else. Any closing remarks?
Care for each other. Caring for yourself, caring for your family and your people in your home is a part of community care. So, care for yourself. It's really important because you are a part of the community.
The last thing I want to say before we go to break is I wrote so many notes. Connie, uncharacteristically quiet Connie, because I was zipping my lips and learning. I was listening and learning. And I've learned so much. I've learned how little I know and how ill-prepared I am to survive in an emergency situation.
Well, you have C.
You guys are talking
C
about,
will survive anywhere.
Starting fires, But I can't be reliant on C, because what if
I
C
know.
gets injured and they can't talk or they can't do stuff? You know what I mean? Like, or if we get separated. Like, I can't be helpless. I can't be a helpless baby lamb.
I've been teaching you so much
that,
about being outside, though. I've done my diligence. You know stuff now.
You have. I know stuff now. I kind of know stuff now. I do. I think maybe I underestimate myself sometimes. But I have learned a lot today, and I'm excited to, you know, put this knowledge to use and put stuff together and be more prepared. I think is would be good for everyone. That is
Also,
my
as a-
takeaway, and I'm excited for the second half.
Nice. As a fun ad, also, one of the things I love doing when making my emergency preparedness thing is, besides the serious real-world emergencies, I also include zombie apocalypses in my situations I would emergency prepare for, just for fun.
Can wait? I want to learn what is in your zombie apocalypse kit. Maybe when we come
Oh no,
back.
I'm sleeping in the tree.
It's my
By the way.
yeah, it's an exit
your
strategy.
plan.
In my old house, I had an attic that had a retractable ladder.
Zombie
was that your
apocalypse
plan?
tip from me to all of you.
Yep.
Get in the trees.
Get in the trees.
Get in the
trees.
fucking trees.
No.
Okay?
Also, for those of you watching, C and I are on the surviving the zombie apocalypse team.
Yep.
I would like that as well, and I would like to join your group.
You can come
Get
with
on
us.
the
You can come
roof
with
and
us.
close
yes.
the window.
Get on the
right?
roof.
Get up
On the
high.
roof.
If the zombies can climb, you're living in a really bad movie,
then we're kinda
and the
fucked.
witer hates your
We're kinda
ass.
fucked if
So
they can
there's
climb.
nothing to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
for fun, that is my little gift to you, is also include prepping for zombies in your prepping plans. 'Cause it'll make it a little more fun, at least.
Yeah, and if this is like actually something that would be like helpful and accessible to you, because this is like, it is hard, and it's, I think, important that when doing these things, they're not done out of fear, but out of love and care for yourself and the people around you, right? It can be very anxiety inducing to have to think about these things, because crises are not easy to manage, right? And being able to go about these in a way that is both like healthy, safe, and accessible for you is really important. So if in some ways, you know, gamifying it makes it easier for you, if you want to pretend that you are making a Kessikin survival kit while you're putting this together, please do so, right? If you want to like put a little tape that has Tower 19 on your radio, please like be my guest, right? Make it
I want to do that now.
right. You know, make it accessible for you again, like, because it can be really scary. And this, I want to reiterate that this should not be something that you do out of anxiety or out of fear.
And also, adding joy in the things that you have with you in moments of crisis is not a bad thing.
Yeah. If your home kit includes your favorite stuffed animal, then it includes your favorite stuffed animal, right? That's important, and you should know what you want to take with you, right? Yeah. So find joy in it. And part of it is doing it together, right? So again, practicing good internet safety. But if you want to post a picture of the things that you've gathered for your home kits after this, again, taking out any identifiable information that you may have there. Posting
Don't take pictures of all that emergency information I told you to write down.
Do not show us your
Do not share your
laminated
social security information.
Do not show us that. But, you know, yeah, home kit check. Very cute. Right? Like, you know, take a picture of your cans. Show us what you got. Post them in the Discord together.
See,
See
What?
Thomas.
Your
See
cans?
Thomas.
What?
take a picture of your cans.
Your cans? Is that... What, like...
Thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Hamda.
And-
Yes.
And Kai's massive jugs that they always keep around.
Yeah, my giant jugs that I
Your
leave at the
cans
front
and your
door.
jugs.
I've never heard of cans used this way personally. Am I out of touch?
I feel like I have. I feel like it is. I feel like it is a
Cans?
thing.
I have.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I should just shout it as loud as I can a few times into my microphone then. Anyway,
Let's go break.
yeah, let's go to break. We're gonna come back and talk more later. All right. See y'all soon. See you in 510. Bye.
Yes. Pijo, pijo. Hello, folks, and we are back with the back half of our community stream where we talk about environmentalism and climate crisis planning. In the first half, we just covered climate crisis planning, and Kai had an incredible presentation. We had a really great discussion, tips and advice, conversation happening in chat about ways to prepare for possible climate crises and other kinds of disasters that might affect you and your local community and your loved ones. And now we're going to transition into a discussion about specifically the show, about the Chaos Protocol, Arc 4 in particular, but also generally general transplanar and chaos building as well, specifically situated within the themes of environmentalism, as well as climate change and climate crises, apocalypses, and ways that we world build and think about these themes as storytellers and actors and performers ourselves. So before we hop into the discussion and I pass things over to C to get us started as our, little panel moderator
Producer.
who's also a panelist.
Little host.
Yeah, the producer.
Yeah.
Yes, host. The host, the MC. MC. The MC.
Cute.
Yes. Just a reminder of content warnings, especially for this back half of the stream. We are a channel that does deal with content that may be triggering for some viewers. So this particular conversation can very likely include discussions of violence, survival and scarcity, climate collapse, apocalypse, environmental disaster, the death of loved ones, grief, and candid conversations about oppression, including colonialism, racism, sexism, ableism, and other forms of oppression. Due to the live nature of this stream, more content warnings may be added as the conversation continues. And if you're in the Twitch chat, you can use !CW at any time to get a look at these content warnings. Whereas in YouTube, our mods will be posting these content warnings in the chat very frequently, so you can just check the chat to see what we're talking about and what you can be aware and prepared for. So with that out of the way, C, I'm going to pass things over to you as our MC.
Thank you so much. As an additional heads up, this portion of the stream is going to contain discussions of up to Arc 4 of the Chaos Protocol and potentially other Transplanar series, though not terribly likely. We are hoping to keep discussions vague and what I like to call spoiler light. So we'll be talking about the themes and the overall premise of the series, more so than specific events that take place in specific episodes, if that's something you're worried about spoilers or if you don't like that. So what we're going to be talking about is a lot of theme stuff, a lot of broad topics, why we tell the kinds of stories that we tell, and kind of the foundational basis of what is Arc 4 about conceptually, right? So that's something to keep in mind. If we do start venturing more into heavier specific spoilers, we'll try to give a heads up in chat if we're able to, and otherwise. That's something for you to keep in mind, to think about as we get started. Otherwise, I am super excited about a lot of these topics. I think especially right now in Arc 4, they're very, very prevalent, and I want to jump right in. So I think a great place to start with this is, how do we think about the concepts of environmentalism and apocalypse in a liberational framework? How is that folded into our greater world building? So this is kind of our giving our definitions. What is environmentalism? What is apocalypse? How do we use it in our storytelling and in our world? What kind of foundations do we want to lay for ourselves in this discussion?
I suppose I can get us started. Environmentalism to me is essentially both caring about the physical land and the physical earth that we live in and call home, and also being in a position to understand the forces at play that affect the land and the earth, the water as well, and the air, and striving to take action in order to protect the land and create conditions where water is clean and safe for human consumption and also animal consumption, and air is clean and breathable for humans and other animals. And my understanding of environmentalism is so like deeply intertwined with my understanding specifically of like anti-colonialist work and also anti-imperialist work, where I really can't decouple the two. And for me, so much, especially of like modern environmental activism, and my understanding of it is that it really needs to be rooted in, I think, a fundamental resistance to colonialism and racism, white supremacy, and capitalism, because those are kind of the root causes of what is making the environment inhospitable, poisoning our earth, our land, and our water, both for ourselves, our families, our future generations, and for the current version of the world that exists now. And in terms of a liberational framework, I guess that's kind of my understanding of it, is the interweaving of it with a bunch of different systems of oppression that are inherently entangled, and understanding that our liberation is inherently codependent on each other. We are all a part of like a global network. We literally are all on the same planet, and our survival and our freedom depends upon each other. And I also understand. I know I'm kind of like rambling a little, but I have so much to say.
It's all good stuff.
I also understand. Yes.
Will you turn your mic up so we can hear it a little bit better? Or just like bring it closer?
Yeah, sorry. Okay, I'll bring it closer. Okay. I also understand my own position as a human being, as both a human and also what a human is, which is an animal. And for me, an understanding of environmentalism also understands that humans are not above or superior to animals. We are animals ourselves. We are not inherently better or smarter or anything like that, but we do wield disproportionate power over the environment in a way that other animals do not. And I think, like Spider-Man says, with great power comes great responsibility. I'm sorry, but that is actually such a good line. It's such a good moral. It's such a good line. It's
yeah.
I believe it. And unfortunately, the people with the most power in this world do not wield it responsibly. And I think they won't, if we ask nicely, they haven't. And the only way to create a world that is better is to fight for freedom, because it's not going to be given to us. Everything that is good in this world has been fought for and paid for in blood. And I think that is both daunting, but it is also, something that can ignite a fire in us and can hope and spark hope and inspiration. And that is where I hope to push all of that. And with that, I will open it to Kai and see.
Not even to like, I'm just going to and what Connie said, because yes to all of that. And I have a few like kind of thoughts kind of braided through that. One of which being that as animals existing in nature, most animals do not resist or try and inflict their will upon nature. And many cultures the world over, especially indigenous cultures, agree and understand this. And one of the main things, and I saw as we're talking about this in chat, the stewardship and environmentalism is also the understanding and belief that we are not the masters of nature and never will be. We will lose every time. The real conflict, that ancient narrative conflict of man versus nature, is flawed. And it is a very colonialist, imperialist perspective. And if you look at the places where we as humans have tried to fight against the will of nature, almost every single time it is intertwined with colonialism and imperialism. It is true of almost every instance that I can think of. And to go to my pet thing, one of my pet things in general is in Japanese culture, specifically, you can see it in every single work that Hayao Miyazaki ever made, that the environment is not an enemy. In Japanese culture, nature, not just because of Shinto, not just because it is where the spirits dwell, but nature itself has an intrinsic connection to divinity. And the more that we respect the divinity of nature in every realm, and this is true in, again, a lot of practices the world over, the more you find that nature is actually quite chill. Sure, yeah, it's got its boundaries, it sets them very clearly, but it is only until we try and infringe upon that, overuse it, ask nature too much, or impose too much upon it, that we end up in the situations that we currently are in. And so one of the biggest things when I think of environmentalism is I think of the rejection of some of the oldest logic in the world, that we will never win against nature. And any attempt to do so is folly, and it is entirely rooted in imperialist colonialist ideas. And so true exploration and endeavor towards stewardship and proper environmentalism involves rejecting that hubris that you will ever win against nature. And so much of my love and exploration of nature, both in fiction and in real life, is done with respect, because nature will win unapologetically, because it is just a force of science, and you cannot beat it. That's not how it works. You'll never win. And so when talking about environmentalism and stewardship and apocalypse as storytelling, it is very often, for me, never about winning. It is always, how do we move forward, heal, and survive and properly care for the place that we are in? Because again, as I've said multiple times in the stream, I live in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is a fabrication as a city. It should not be the way it is. It should never exist the way it is. We steal indigenous water. We have broken the land to obey what we want. It is an impossible idea in this moment to unwrite it, even though we probably should think about it. Because to make the world that we currently live in, we had to break parts of nature, and we are living in the repercussions of it, and telling stories and talking about how we can properly steward the land back to the way it should be, whether that is giving the land back to the indigenous people, caring and nurturing and stewarding the future of endangered species, endangered areas, places that maybe need regrowth, otherwise they will actually fall into cataclysm. That is our job to talk about as storytellers. It is our job to do as humans, as base animal humans on this earth.
I'm having a very interesting pull toward Connie's Adventuring Academy title, which was The Braid of Story, Character, and World. And in that, if you haven't watched it, what are you doing? But also,
watch Connie almost kill Brett.
Yeah, watch Connie almost kill Brennan Lee Mulligan with dried coffee grounds. One of my favorite things that's ever happened. As an aside, something that you talk about in that, Connie, is that there is no separation between world, story, and character when we make stories. And I think there's some greater extrapolation that we can think about in terms of how we actually live our lives, where one could also extrapolate world, character, self, and story, the journey, right? We talk about the journey in transplanar media, but also is something that I very genuinely think about the world, right? And it is interesting to tie into these concepts of environmentalism, right? Which is truly, truly deeply intertwined with, sorry, I totally lost my train of thought. It's a good thing I have captions. I can read into what I was trying to say. Right. The journey was made only to be experienced, right? That concept, is that I think even in conservationism, when we think about and talk about different types of conservationism, specifically white conservationism led by white people in usually like colonized areas, who are not working with or interfacing with any of the indigenous people who live there, often go back into using control over the land, that you have some way to control the land, which is different from stewardship, right? And whether that is like through, like, again, aqueducts giving water to Los Angeles, a city that should not have that amount of water in it, right? Like, all of these things are about control and manipulation. And even in the way that, like, there's a school of thought that says that we as humans are outside of this world, right? That we have it, and like in a, I think, good, well-meaning but flawed instance, we have to take ourselves out of the world, like out of the conservation. The conservation has no people in it, when that is actually indigenous land where indigenous people have lived for long periods of time, right? Have lived in that land, with that land, and surrounded by that land, that world, that environment, that ecosystem. Humans are part of the ecosystem, right? And again, like just like my fellow castmates have said, that you must wield that power responsibly, but you also cannot remove yourself from it, right? We are all part of the environment. And in that way, like, that is also why I do not, I'm personally not a vegan or a vegetarian. I have killed and butchered animals myself, right? Because I do think that eating, killing animals, right? And drinking water, growing crops are not necessarily things that need to be removed, right? But just like wolves, we cannot overeat our prey population, right? Just like insects, we cannot devour every other plant in the forest, right? We all have a responsibility to maintain a balance in the ecosystem. We are part of it. We do not control it. We do not own it. And we do not have complete and utter sway over it. We shouldn't, right?
Everything that y'all have been saying, I've been writing notes of my own as y'all have been talking. For me, so much of the, like, Kai and both C, the two of you have identified and also expanded upon the difference in, like, schools of thought, where one prioritizes control and dominance, is kind of my understanding of a dominance framework, in terms of our relationship both to the world around us and the land we inhabit, and also to each other. Whereas another one where I suppose we're talking more about the stewardship of it all, a cooperative framework, a framework where we understand that we are interconnected, and that we owe each other, we owe each other good things, and that is a good thing. And for me, it kind of like boils down to this idea that for the longest time, like, looking at human history and also like the history of the earth and animals and like living organisms, is that for so long, so much of evolution and human society and also animal societies and behavior and things that occur are shaped by a struggle for survival, which I think is a very normal struggle. Like, since the dawn of time, on for the living organism, it's about like the struggle to survive, right? Like to keep going, to keep life going in some way. Whether it is by outlasting, by hunting and eating your prey, by evading predators and grazing grass, by being a parasite, like a literal parasite, and like using another organism as your food source and your life source. I think the struggle to survive is something that is hardwired into our genetics as animals, and as living beings. And I don't necessarily think that is the problem, or like inherently a bad thing. And that is a theme that I am very interested in exploring in Arc 4, is the struggle for survival, right? Survival and scarcity is one of our content warnings, and one of the themes we explore in depth on Keseki with Zainan's backstory, and also like actively right now what's happening in the plot. But I think at a certain point, especially when we consider the rise of colonialism, white supremacy, and imperialism in human history, at some point that struggle for survival becomes, or is implicated in, or is used as a justification for what is really a struggle for domination instead, and conquest and control. Because we are in a kind of unique period in human history right now in the modern age where there is actually enough resources to support like pretty much every single human being on Earth. The only reason why there is still poverty and it's all man-made is because of an inequitable distribution of wealth, resources, money, and water and food, and with that, clean air and energy and infrastructure. Like, we have the ability. We are more interconnected now than ever. The technology that we have access to, we very easily, people in power, right? Could, if the priority was mutual cooperation and survival, could put a lot of our energy and labor toward figuring out a way to make the world an actually equitable and sustaining and good place to live in, which doesn't mean that there won't be any conflict, or even that there won't be any violence, or even that there won't be any death, even violent death. Both in terms of accidents happen, that's just things that occur, and sometimes there are environmental things that are outside, like the Ice Age. People didn't cause that, like Kai was talking about, nature will always win. But the thing about that too is this idea, nature isn't trying to win. It's nature, Mother Earth, she's not playing a game. This isn't a game for her. So we could never win against her because there's no winning against this. That's the wrong way to look at this. And if we're, that's why nature will always win, because she's not even playing the game.
And to add, she doesn't want the same thing. Because she doesn't want. She just is.
She doesn't want anything. She's a confluence of a bunch of different things. And there's, in terms of spiritualism and religious practices and whatnot, there are many different ways, I think, of looking at nature and understanding, for instance, the will or wills of nature or nature spirits and whatnot. But I do agree that Mother Nature, Earth spirits are not like human, do not inhabit human ways of thinking, specifically like colonialist, a very specific colonialist, white supremacist ways of thinking about the world. And C, you brought up something really interesting that I also wanted to uplift and expand on, talking about how even with conservation, especially like white conservation movements, there's a kind of, I think, like you basically described it as much like a kind of paternalistic view of the role of the human, the white male human is what they're really thinking of in this instance, a relationship to nature, which I think can, at a surface level, have some similarities to stewardship, this idea that you're caretaking the land, right? But I think like when you probe deeper, both in terms of the deeper intentions and the philosophy and the ideology behind it, but also in terms of how that ideology then inevitably becomes expressed, both through choice and through the power systems and infrastructure that currently exist, huge differences. Where paternalism is still ultimately rooted in control and dominance. Because in order to be paternalistic, you're looking down on something or someone. And this idea of like conservation as like, poor little nature and animals or whatever, like, we did this to them, so now we have to fix it. And I'm like, first of all, who's we? First of all, who's we did this to them? Who's we? Because it's not everyone. We didn't do this to the earth. Let's name who did this, right? And also, like, the response isn't to, I guess, like, save or fix necessarily, though that is part of it, I would say, but more so to like actually understand our role in all of this and take action that reflects our understanding and literally actually demonstrates the respect we should hold for nature. Yeah.
Go ahead, Kai.
I was just going to say, there's like a flippant joke in here that is actually very revealing, which is the joke of like, we can't destroy Earth, my stuff's here. But that's the logic of these people. Like, my stuff being here is not the reason to save Earth. Like, I've even flippantly made that joke, but the truth is, we should save Earth because it's Earth. It's literally the place where we're from.
Yeah. It also really makes me think of Greta Thunberg, and how, first of all, as a child, right, like huge, like an internationally known environmental rights activist, she still is. She has gone through a lot of these like processes to be like, how do we save the Earth? And she has landed, I think, very rightly on dismantle capitalism and destroy white supremacy, right? Like, that's actually where we need to turn our attention to when we want to address environmentalism. And I think that path is, number one, very notable that the media dropped her as basically inspiration porn, right? As soon as she made that connection, growth, education, etc., right? And is now villainizing her for her liberational work in Palestine, right? So I think that is very, very, very relevant to the conversation also. What is environmentalism? It is anti-racism. Environmentalism is also non-colonial, like anti-colonial action, right? Destroying borders.
It has to fundamentally agree that Black and Brown and Indigenous people have knowledge and understanding of how to steward the land that they are from. In order to accept that, you actually do have to destroy racism, white nationalism. You literally, they can't coexist. You can't say, well, it makes actually a lot of sense the way that Indigenous people used to care for the land, and then villainize them. And that is what racism asks people to do.
Yes, and a lot of those conservationists, I think about this in terms of seal hunting, right? Where, especially by white conservationists, seal hunting specifically in Inuit culture is so heavily demonized to the PETA-isms, right? The PETA-ism of it all, right? That specifically is attacking Indigenous people's long-standing traditions of being in relationship to the earth, because again, relationship does not mean paternalism, does not mean that you are never in conflict, does not ever mean that you are not even in violent conflict with things. Violent conflict is actually quite natural. It's okay. Being responsible about the ways that we are violent and the ways that we kill things is extremely important, right? I think it's actually really important that even if you want to eat, like if you continue to eat meat or if you continue to not eat meat, that you have some kind of connection or understanding about how meat gets to your table, right? Like, even if you're not the one doing the butchering, it was actually I cried the whole time, and I should have cried the whole time. That's the point of butchering an animal to me, right? I have done so, and I did so because it was very important to me to understand that violence as both necessary for my own survival, right? To kind of come back to what you were saying, Connie, right? And also part of my place in this world as a creature that eats meat, right? Where and how your meat is sourced, right? These are all incredibly important concepts for us to think and talk about, right? Because eating meat is not evil, right? Indigenous folks hunting seals is not evil. The oil rigs in the ice are evil, right? The fucking oil rigs in the ice are evil, right? Those are two different things. And it really kind of gets back to like what is where do we push when we talk about what is environmentalism? Where do we push to environmentalism? It is both like an understanding of who and what we are and what our relationship is to the world around us. And also, it is specifically anti-racist, anti-colonial action.
Well, and to kind of get into that paternalism thing, one of the big things that people don't realize about proper, like talking about the seal hunting and kind of the origin and why it actually does make sense, is that a huge part of environmentalism and proper land stewardship is knowing that we are a predator as an animal in our ecosystem and being willing to cull and kill the things that would also overkill because of the way that the environment has changed, and cull and kill things that would destabilize the food sources. This is like an old practice that people have had in hunting cultures since forever.
Yes.
And in order to properly conserve not only our food sources, if these are animals that we eat, but also the nature that these predators live in, it isn't just about killing animals that we eat. It is also about killing animals that will destabilize the environment that they live in. The actual creatures themselves. So this is why, like, hunters that specifically hunt coyotes and other predator animals, not big game hunters, that shit's evil, but things that hunt like animals that would also overeat the way that we overeat as humans is actually really important. So there's a preciousness and a paternalism around, oh, well, we can't kill the wolves because they're so cute and they're like dogs. It's like, no, these wolves are overeating the elk in their environment, so they have to go. There are just as many wolves literally like one grouping of elk away that are not overeating them, but because of these other environmental factors, we have to do it, and we cannot be that precious about it. And this is one of the things that, like, the seal hunting is a part of that. There are so many ways in which people go, well, we can't do that because it doesn't look good. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't have to feel good. We are animals living in a nature that does not care about how we feel about sustaining it.
And something I also want to bring up
about that.
so fast before we move on that flew by in the chat, but I want to bring attention to, is also the idea that plant-based diets are not explicitly non-violent. Cocoa, almost all forms of chocolate that you can eat in the United States are the product of slave labor and are unethically sourced and contribute to huge amounts of global pollution, right? To get the cocoa from where it is produced to you in your grocery store, right? Like, that's really important to think about. Remember, bananas, most like tropical fruits as well, right? Like, these are also considerations that, again, are often not weaponized because it is for the comfortability, again, of white supremacy. Individualistic and comfort driven desire to live in the world, right? What is most comfortable for us as people, right? What do we want? What are we willing to sacrifice? And there often isn't very much negotiation about that. You know, hit it, Connie. I know you got some.
Sorry, finish your thought if you had.
No, yeah.
Okay. I had two main thoughts. One is kind of riffing off of what Kai you said about how, humans are predators, and how, for so much, even like in kind of proto-human, like hunter-gatherer, or even like before that, like before Homo sapiens, right, like came about, and there were our ancestors that we divergent evolved from, etc. There, I think, is so much evidence of, and also specifically history around, specifically also nowadays, like in indigenous communities, for instance, histories of, like, yes, doing things to shape the literal environment that they live in. For instance, ranging from, like, creating controlled burns in order to, like, basically help an area, an ecosystem.
Banned them in areas in California, which is
the only thing that
absolutely
saves you from
asinine.
Wildfire. Controlled burns
asinine.
Fix wildfire.
Yes. They fix wildfires. The fact that is outlawed. Laws. What does a blade of grass care about your law? Anyway.
But fire scary, Connie.
So that's another thought I wanted to get to, but I'm going to finish my first thought, which is that, humans across cultures and histories have, in various ways, based on the specificities of their local ecosystem and their specific home, their foodways and waterways, and their home, have been shaping the environment around us for centuries and millennia in our own ways. It's just not ways that white supremacy or colonialism would recognize as legitimate, quote unquote, or advanced, quote unquote, or even as quote unquote technology, right? Who gets to define these terms and what do they mean? And I think a lot about how shaping and changing and caretaking the environment is not the same thing as controlling it. Again, there are superficial similarities, like you're still like literally physically changing your environment, but the intentions are completely different. And the effects,
you're co-engineering.
Yes, yes. And it's not like we're an outside force.
Yes.
Beavers! Oh my god, beavers!
I love beavers.
Yes!
Sorry.
Beavers! We're not unique in that sense because a beaver builds dams that to this day are more effective than many people-made dams. But for me, the intention of caretaking and stewarding the land, which often involves shaping it and changing it and controlling keeping an eye out, I suppose, and taking care of certain animal populations that are perhaps maybe eating too much or taking too much, for instance, is about taking action that is needed to balance and keep in like a kind of as much of an equilibrium as we can our collective ecosystem and our home ecosystem. And that is really different from this idea that our will is separate from nature and we're going to impose it. We're going to impose it on the land in some way and fight the land and win and try to win against the land and conquer it. That was my first thought. My second thought is about both what C and Kai, the two of you brought up about the feelings of and the aesthetics that are often uncomfortable of violence. For instance, C, you said that violent struggle, violent conflict is often very not just common, but often is very normal. And for me, the first thing that came to mind is like a wolf hunting, for instance, a deer, a pack of wolves. And like we've all seen the nature documentaries, and there are moments where, you may be like, oh, poor deer. But it's also like the wolf has to eat. Like they have to eat. They're carnivores. They have to eat too. They need food. And in fact, them making sure that the deer keeping an eye on the deer population ensures that the deer don't overgraze and then cause ripple effects that negatively impact the rest of the ecosystem. And I think for us as humans, maybe not us as humans, but I think now in terms of, and I'm going to bring up Puritanism and puritanical thinking, and this idea of, I think, a very common white supremacist belief or value is this idea that discomfort, feeling uncomfortable, is the same as like experiencing harm, like genuine harm, and that only certain kinds of violence are valid, or are unjust, or should be like addressed in some way, and the way that it is addressed is always deeply carceral. And I have a really soft and fulsome heart, and I get really sad when I watch nature documentaries, and I'm the kind of person to go like, oh, the poor deer. But I am also recognizing that my sadness, as like Connie, doesn't mean that what's happening is bad. And in fact, I recognize that it's actually really necessary, and I should not make my discomfort other people's problem, I suppose, because that I think is kind of a negative impulse that we should not indulge. And we should be really intentional and reflexive about where our discomfort, specifically around questions of violence and interspecies and intraspecies conflict and whatnot, comes from, and the greater context under which this discomfort arises. Yeah.
I'm thinking about the nature documentary about penguins. And in almost all documentary situations, specifically nature documentaries, the people who are filming are required, like usually by law, to not intervene. I do remember this story about a crew of documentary makers. I'm going to go with that. Documentarians who were watching a group of penguins who had gotten the entire flock. I realized I don't know enough about penguins. Into basically a hole that they were unable to climb out of. And the crew decided ultimately that they were going to shovel steps to help get the penguins out. Because I think that kind of points to the fact that we are not separate from the environment, right? We are not separate from we are not like the judge and jury who is not like, we are part of the world that we exist inside of, right? And we make decisions about what we do because we are also creatures, right? Like, and I think about like the question of sometimes we do need to hunt wolves, we need to hunt deer, right? To help manage those populations, because I think in a lot of ways we have for a long time, humans broad have been removed from the context in which we would be hunting those creatures in a more natural. We don't need to hunt wolves, right? We also are not very often in a situation where we need to kill other animals to protect ourselves against them. In terms of other, what I would call apex predators, like wolves or bears, mountain lions, so on. So kind of the natural checks and balances, one could say, of like how we would be in community with those creatures if we were living with them in a more like natural sense. We now like, we have our houses, right? We have like this kind of very human technological way of living, right? So again, we are not in a situation where we need to be, where we're being attacked by wolves and need to kill them, right? And so there are
at least not at scale.
Not at scale,
right? Like there's
right?
always the
not
freak,
at scale, yeah.
You know,
not at scale. Yeah. So being able to put ourselves back into the environment after like it's like we were there and then we came out because of colonialism, and now there's a question of how do we like retie, right? How do we come back? How, like, what is the question of being with in ways that we have not before, and also where have we always and all the time, right? So on and so forth.
One of the things I think about often when it comes to specifically like a lot of that is, so the TLDR on this is my father is a hunter. Explains a lot about me. I grew up around a lot of hunting. But specifically, for those of you who follow me literally anywhere, you know I love corvids. And I had a very long conversation with him not long ago because we live near a conservation area where the corvids were overeating the eggs of a very endangered species. And the conservation group there hired my father to hunt corvids, and I was heartbroken. But the truth of the matter is that these corvids were going to eat the eggs of an endangered species. And the reason why this happens is because even though we, as humans, as an entire species, did kind of remove ourselves from the environment, we took the homes of the animals that are now struggling to keep their clutches of eggs. And it's something that we cannot fix other than conservation and stewardship. Period. The end. And so violence is a core part of that, because the core way that we help fix the removal of land that used to be for prey animals, for flora, the things that the prey animals used to eat, the way that we fix that is not feeding them to their predators. We fix it by helping be a predator, just like predators exist in their actual natural environment, in which you reintroduce. This is why we've been talking about invasive species. This is the thing about invasive species, is that they destabilize the actual chain of things in their environment. So things like, I watched a whole amazing thing about why wild mustard in California is actually full evil and should be killed on sight, because it is more fire resistant than California plants. And because it is more fire resistant, it lives longer, dries faster, and becomes kindling in a state that has a huge fire problem. That is an excellent example of why invasive species and the removal of ourselves from the environments that we live in are actually the thing that we're trying to steward back to where they belong and undo the harm that we did in unbalancing the environment as it is meant to be.
Yes. I think you make a great point, Kai, about what our responsibility to right wrongs that have already been done. Whether I think like ultimately this is one of those unfair but necessary things where often it is not actually us who caused the problem, right? But it is also, I think, when we think about what it means to strive for liberation, I think it is also our responsibility to change the world for the better. And oftentimes that means being responsible for mistakes that have been made, violence that has already occurred in the past, right? And I think that gets us to really interesting questions about apocalypse, post-apocalypse, and I'm going to kind of like continue our conversation this way because we've kind of like floated around something that I'm going to try to name here and now, which is that there are many types of apocalypse. There's many types of violence, and there's many types of ways to respond to such things. So as we, like in the beginning of this, we pointed out that like climate change disasters are exacerbated by pollution, overconsumption, etc., white supremacy, all of these things, right? And also the Earth, as the place that we live, has natural disasters. Tsunamis occur. Hurricanes are natural phenomenon, right? These things are naturally occurring, oftentimes violent experiences, right? That happen naturally. They're actually part of what a volcanic eruption actually makes the continental shelf, right? Makes the land that we exist on. Forest fires promote new growth for a new growth forest, right? So something that I think is happening to kind of like bring us to Arc 4 and our story a little bit more, now that we've kind of like talked a little bit broadly about what environmentalism means to us and how it is kind of folded into our own experiences and values. Specifically in Arc 4, I think we are very intentionally building out a lot of different apocalypses and weaving them together, weaving them against each other, and playing with a lot of that texture. So I think let's talk about that a little bit more. And I'd love to highlight how these different apocalypse stories, the different frameworks of apocalypses that we're working with, are both very different and deeply united, and kind of how and why we're going about it that way.
Ooh, yes.
That was a weird noise my throat made. I'm so sorry.
I didn't hear it, actually.
Oh, thank God.
I can grab the ball here because I know where we want to go with this. So this is going to be some light spoilers for Arc 4. We're going to be talking about some like broad strokes of plots and factions that have been introduced in this arc, and the intentions and motivations behind these factions, and the overall structure and themes of these storylines. So broad stroke spoilers, you're going to get a general sense of what the story is like and the main actors here. That is your warning. Okay, I'm going to start talking now. So in Arc 4, there is this group called the Lords. And there are all kinds of lords. There are the most powerful lords, who are the galactic lords that control the entire galaxy. I use control very intentionally there. And then there are planetary lords, sector lords technically, but we haven't really interfaced with them too much. Lords that rule over sectors of clusters of planets. And then planetary lords who rule over specific planets. One such planetary lord is the object of another faction's quest currently. But these lords, especially the galactic lords, are essentially sci-fi trillionaires. They are really, 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 really rich. extremely rich, extremely wealthy, every single one of them. And there's not very many of them, to be honest. And they hold immense power in the Apis Fuyumi system. And this was revealed earlier in the arc, I think about midway through, so this is spoilers about the dust and the causes behind the dust. You have been warned. It has been revealed that, in Arc 4 that the dust was caused by essentially resource extractionist policy and action that basically sucked all the water and sucked all the life, mined and drilled and took all of the life and water out of the planet, causing the dust. When there's not water, the liquid, everything is gone and things disintegrate into dust. So the dust is, in a very literal sense, a mortal-made disaster. It was caused by the intentional choices and actions of a few mortals with a lot of power. That is what caused the dust. And even Fate herself, which we also learn in Arc 4, she didn't want this to happen. This was not her plan for Keseki. This was not what she wanted Keseki's story to be. Not how she imagined Keseki's journey would unfold. Even Fate herself was not enough. She was not strong enough to undo the choices of mortals. She wasn't enough, which is kind of wild to think about when we think about power scaling in the Transplanar-verse and how I have always positioned the precepts as the most powerful entities, in the multiverse, because they're not people, they're not individuals, they are laws. They are laws of the universe. They are laws of how the journey works, how reality is braided together. And interestingly, due to the nature of a law, laws have no agency of their own. But people who live within these laws do. So in a way, an individual person probably isn't strong enough to defy fate. And I'm gonna leave that with a cheeky winky Connie face. But when we consider the compounding power of many mortal choices that snowball over time as a compounding force, creating a situation in which a few mortals now have so much power, that is enough to kind of push a world away from Fate's will. For better, and in a lot of cases for worse. And that is kind of something we're exploring in Keseki, the idea of the dust as a mortal-made disaster. But something, for instance, like the inevitable heat death of the universe, which is something that will happen to our world. It's just physics. One day, inevitably, there's gonna be heat death. That's just kind of what's gonna happen. We're not gonna be around to witness it, because it's way, way off. But that it's gonna happen. It's a physical certainty, as long as the laws of physics work in the way that we currently understand them to work. In the same way, there are natural and guaranteed ends in the Transplanar-verse as well. This idea of death. Death, generally speaking, is a natural end and also a beginning of something else. This idea that, death is both the end and a beginning, of course. But it is also significantly an end. And eventually, the story of Keseki and the story of the Apis Fuyumi system, will end, because nothing lasts forever. Which is kind of has always been, nothing lasts forever, has always been my understanding and the way that I have built, specifically Oblivion, who is the promise of an end. Oblivion is the nothing. So the appearance of Oblivion, we have also learned in Arc 4, is perhaps hastened by the presence of certain people. But, she's gonna come for Apis Fuyumi eventually. It just so happens to be, maybe a little sooner than initially planned. But if the dust represents a man-made apocalypse, then Oblivion represents a natural ending, an ending to all things, a death to even death itself. And it is important, I think, to recognize the difference between the two, because even though both can feel really violent, and scary, and unjust, I think one, i.e. the dust, is significantly more unjust, than the other, and more tragic in a way, you could argue as well, because it was created by the hands of people, instead of something that just happens naturally as a course of being alive, right? I saw a comment in chat saying, someone came across saying that, like, there's no such thing as a natural disaster. I completely understand where that comes from, insofar as looking around us now at climate change, so many natural disasters are exacerbated by and accelerated by climate change, which is caused by the actions of very, very many people, snowballing, and now inequitably exacerbated by the actions of a few who have a lot of power. You know, that is also reflected in our world. But even, like, tornadoes predate capitalism.
So do hurricanes.
Earthquakes predate human
Locust
existence.
Storms.
Yeah.
Forest fires.
Locust storms, yep. Forest fires.
Lightning strikes. Typhoons.
Yeah. There have been extinction events
Blizzards.
for species that predate colonialism, of course. Predate humans. Yeah, so
Even
it's
the meteor.
important to, I think, yes. Sometimes a fucking rock from space hits your home and obliterates everyone living on it, right? And that shit just happens.
Ice
and
Age,
it's important.
etc., etc.
Yes, the Ice Age, you know, and it's important to be able to distinguish between the two, because the reverse has also been used to justify climate change now. This idea of, like, well, there's an ice age, so what's happening now is just kind of like a second, like, whatever. And I'm like, please be so fucking for real right now. Like you cannot be this ignorant. So I think there's nuance, and there is an important distinguishment between the two.
I also think that in addition to kind of like the Oblivion apocalypse, the dust apocalypse, specifically in Arc 4, a lot of our characters are dealing with very personal apocalypses. Very, very personal apocalypses. Literally all of them, Sayur, Lumira, Zynon, and many of the NPCs are all dealing with very literally experiences coming up here or reflecting on experiences in the past that have felt literally world ending. And, you know, in terms of scale, were, like, in a very genuine way, the end of the world. And I'm not gonna take this from you, Kai, because I know you, like, this is really, really good deep dramaturgy for you, but the concept of apocalypse is very multifaceted, I think. And so therein is also the post-apocalypse is also similarly multifaceted. And I think being able to explore a lot of those things is really important. And I'm having a lot of fun tangling these things together and also untangling them, right? Because there's the great question of, like, well, Oblivion was always going to come, but the dust kind of acted like a signal flare. But also there's, like, a great question of, like, mercy. Right. I think there is an underlying question of mercy in Arc 4 that is to be more, like, will be more deeply considered, like, as we continue on. But I think when we think about violence, when we think about stewardship, when we think about death and grief, right? And I'm going to get into this in, like, just a second, but there is something very, like, kind of to get back to what we were talking about with hunting seals, with violence, right? If you are responsible, you know, I think about shepherd, you know, wink, wink for the Second Stranger fans out there, the word shepherd, right? And to think about a shepherd, right? What is the responsibility of a shepherd, of a steward, is also to understand when death is kinder than suffering, right? And I think that's something that we're going to tangle with, especially as we, like, interface with a lot of the themes of this arc more and more. And I think is deeply rooted in these, like, layered thinking about what is apocalypse, what is also post-apocalypse. And I want to let you, before I'm steamrolling into the next kind of topic. But I want to let you talk, Kai, first.
So before the Chaos Protocol, my core pitch for Zain and Esh is, what if a man who survived an apocalypse, when he says the words, "My world ended," yes, he survived an environmental collapse, an absolute environmental catastrophe that we are now seeing in full color. I want you all to listen every single time Zain and Esh says, "My world ended." Because my original concept for Zainin is, what is an apocalypse? His world ended on so many layers, and I'll talk a little bit more about it in a minute, but an apocalypse is the ending of a world in a devastating moment, right? It is a singular pinpoint that you can go, this ended XYZ, whatever that is. And I, as a person, have experienced a lot of endings, cataclysmic events that to scale are a cataclysm in my life, but not necessarily in the world around me, and this goes back to scales of grief as well. If I'm going, my world ended, this person that I loved and cared about has passed away or is gone from my life now. I've experienced an apocalypse, and yet everyone around me doesn't know, has no idea. And Zainin's story is as much about the death of Keseki as it is, spoilers, for, I guess, the entirety of the Chaos Protocol at this point, of Zainin's daughter, Doxa. And anyone who's ever experienced the loss of a loved one like that, you know that when that happens, everything stops, everything changes, and you are never fundamentally the same. And that is a story told in every single apocalyptic story ever. And that is the thing that we collectively have experienced, will probably experience again, that things drastically change. And I would say that COVID, even though not everyone died, was an apocalypse that we survived. The world fundamentally changed. And so it is one of those things where when you look at scale, how do you talk about monumental, tremendous experiences of grief and change? Well, the word for it is an apocalypse. And I wanted to frame a story around both what we think of when we think of apocalyptic storytelling, of Mad Max and Last of Us and all of these stories that are actually about people surviving. I was joking earlier about zombie outbreaks and things like that. I am a big fan of Fallout, stories of literally everything ending, but also having such love and care for stories about grief, and when the people who experience cataclysmic events, either personally in their lives or in the world around them, what that looks like. And so I mean it when I say, like, go look, and every single time he says my world ended, somewhere couched in all of that is not about Keseki.
Which leads us, I think, very, very, very well to our next point. And I'm gonna kind of, like, instead of I'm not gonna pose a question, I'm gonna jump right in. But really what we're talking about right now is why we're so interested in building worlds in a ongoing or post-apocalypse, what inspirations we're drawing from, so on and so forth. And Kai, I think you're touching on a really important point, which is that stories that are set in the apocalypse and in the post-apocalypse are inherently spaces of grief and boundless potential for liberation. Because every story about apocalypse and every story, like, there would be no story of a post-apocalypse if everything was gone. There is still something, right? There is still something, even if it's just memory. And to live in the post-apocalypse, or rather to be living in an ongoing apocalypse, because I think ultimately kind of what you were saying, Kai, is like apocalypses are these huge moments that you can point to, and also they can be so mundane and slow sometimes, right? Like there are long apocalypses going on all the time, for everyone around, like for everyone and for everything. And to be in that space of apocalypse is inherently to live with grief, because apocalypse requires loss, right? There is the loss of something. And it is a space where there has been immense, in some ways, in some cases, incomprehensible loss. And yet, there is also hope. And yet, there is also liberation. And yet, there is also the potential for something to grow, right? This is something that we point to on Keseki, and something that is clear from the get-go, is like Zainan's world ended, and yet the planet's still there. It's still there. There are memories and there are ghosts, and it is suffering and it is in pain, and it is still there, and there is still the cave skipper, and there are still glasswing butterflies, and there are still people, right? There's still things there. And there always will be, even when it's just a memory, right? Even when maybe the physical planet does or doesn't exist anymore, right? Like, and this is true of so many different places. Like, there has been an apocalypse in every single world in the Chaos Protocol. The Wild Sea is post-apocalyptic. Inferno is post-apocalyptic. These are vampires. You think that becoming undead is not a form of apocalypse? That is a incredibly personal apocalypse that Rhododendron Thakar is dealing with in real time when we visit their character in Arc 3. Again, light spoiler.
Arc 2 is post-apocalyptic.
Yes.
There was the Devouring.
The Devouring, yes. I was on my way there.
Devouring
right?
is an apocalypse.
Yeah. Yeah. And it makes me think so much of specifically indigenous literature about of the concept of apocalypse, because in North America there has already been a violent, vicious apocalypse. Indigenous people are living in the post-apocalypse at this point, and honestly, and additionally in an ongoing apocalypse that has continued for hundreds of years at this point. And I think the concept of I'm kind of rambling at this point, but like that I think is something really, really like important, and I think we're really trying to root ourselves very deeply in thinking about like, where are we? Because there is grief in every fragment of chaos, right? There is grief in it. There is grief in it, and there is also hope. And there is also boundless potential for liberation. Because yes, while those mortal-made choices were enough to pull an entire galaxy away from fate's will, there is still the Tears of Fuyumi. There is still boundless potential for things to change and be different, right? What's more powerful? Like, I shan't continue, right? Because we are leading you all somewhere, and we're going there, and we're running like full tilt toward it, right? And it's really important. And I think, sorry, I'm talking for a long time, but I'm going to keep going. That like, I think what a lot of this boils down to, and especially like points that I'm thinking about, this is not the right song for this, sorry, is also that like, I think about like poetry from indigenous folks who live on reservations, right? That like living in post-apocalypse is also still a life worth living. Living with grief is still a life worth living. Living in diaspora is still a life worth living, right? Living in complicated, imperfect worlds it's still worth living in. and still also worth fighting for and reaching for change, liberation in all of those situations, in the post-apocalypse, in grief, in diaspora, right? And I think Arc 4 is us like sinking our teeth deeper into that than we ever have before.
Yes, I have thoughts, but also, Kai, if you do as well, and you have immediate things you want to respond to C with, please go ahead, because mine are slightly not exactly
Okay.
Bouncing off of C, but not exactly.
Mine tags right in, and like we kind of included in all of that is my, we talk about personal apocalypses. I am the survivor of two like notable actual cultural apocalypses. The first one being I'm the descendant of Dust Bowl farmers. And if you don't know about the American Dust Bowl in the 1930s, it was an apocalypse. You should look up the pictures. It's truly devastating and terrifying. And it was a natural disaster. Truly, I'm descendant from South Dakota farmers. And those farms, that land, looked like Keswick. One of my core original inspiration pictures for Zynon is an archived photo from the 1930s in South Dakota of a man walking through a dust storm, because that was to see not only the pictures but to hear people talk about it. Their worlds ended. Their farms died. Their children, their family, their loved ones died because there was no food. They could not grow it, even if they wanted to. Their livestock died. It is one of the inspiration points for a lot of modern, like pop culture stories about apocalypses. Horrifying, harrowing, real history that my family survived. Moved to California and survived. And then the other side of it is my Japanese ancestry survived, not only just being Japanese during World War II, but I am the child of a whole side of my family that was incarcerated. And you can see the effects of that apocalypse still today. And I'm sure I've said this in community streams before, but one of the ones that always stings me when I think about it is most Japanese restaurants in Los Angeles are not owned by Japanese people. In fact, the majority of them are owned by other diaspora, specifically East Asian diaspora people, because they were the trusted community members that those restaurants were entrusted to when Japanese people were removed forcibly by the US government. And then they never came back. Because why would you want to live among people who forcibly moved you out of your home? And so there's a lot of people that just never returned. My grandparents did. But on top of that, there's also the violence happening in Japan, not only by the empire in Japan, but by then the US and other allied forces that then created one of the most notable inspiration points for apocalyptic storytelling in modern storytelling, which is dropping the bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Is the reason why Japan in particular is so obsessed with apocalyptic stories. Godzilla is a story of an apocalypse that is literally born of the dropping of the bombs. So apocalyptic storytelling is just storytelling in my life. And to explore it as an expression of love, grief, liberation, and potential is baked into my DNA. And when I was making Zynon, I wasn't thinking about that so much as there's a joke that I pretty much only write tragic characters, because I do. I love them. But that's because to be of the ancestry and to have lived the life that I have lived, there is a measure of tragedy baked in. And you see, and I would say that this is true for most marginalized people, especially people of color, that you can see where the apocalypse is in your ancestry, in your life, and what was taken. I saw Spectre Crumbs in chat talking about something that we've talked about on socials as well. The death of language, the death of culture, the things that are taken from us, either immediately, as in like material belongings and family members, but also the things that are taken with time, from assimilation, from being dislocated from our homes, these are parts of being a person of color, part of a marginalized group, is that the things that are taken from us are a part of an apocalypse.
Mm. Mm. That was beautiful. I almost don't want to follow that.
No, please, Connie, give us your big breath.
I really resonate with what both you and C have talked about in terms of the inherent and fundamental grief and the inherent and fundamental hope and possibility that is found in the wake of apocalypse, in the wake of immense collective tragedy and loss. I would like to, and you mentioned previous arcs, C, and I kind of want to connect arc 3 and arc 4 in a way, insofar as bringing back something we discussed a while ago about the penguins, and the power and the choices that we make with the power that we have. This idea that this documentary crew decided to, upon seeing the struggle of these penguins, carve out a footpath for them and kind of hope that they would be able to make it out of there instead of like coming in and physically lifting the penguins to safety. They produced a possible path to safety, and the penguins were able to figure it out. And they used the path to get themselves to safety. They just needed that little extra push, that little extra piece of help. Kind of like trans agents being sent by fate to just kind of carve a path here for no reason, and then eventually penguins fall down there, and then they use the path to get out. Very fate core, actually. Trans core, yep. Very syndicate core. That is one thought. Another thought is the question of, and something I wanted to bring up that I brought up earlier, is this idea that we're kind of on Earth, like in our real life, in a really unique place in human history where I truly do believe that we have the means, the tools, and the infrastructure at our disposal to create a world where there is no poverty. I truly believe that there is enough. And even if there isn't, there is a way to make it enough given everything we have at our disposal. But the people with power simply choose not to. So there's this idea, I think, for me that is really interesting to me. And also when we talk about the compounding effect of time and how apocalypses ripple across time and affect the people that come after, either in forms of the descendants, for instance, of folks affected by apocalypse, that we often see across diasporas of various kinds in our current world. For instance, Black Americans, children of immigrants, descendants of folks who have survived disasters and whatnot. And this idea of the decisions made by people that came before us still hold so much power over how we organize and live our lives now. And the question of who is responsible, like C mentioned earlier, who is responsible for fixing that, or at the very least being accountable to it, and in charge of, or assumes the duty of attempting to remedy it. And if the people who should be accountable would be accountable, often the answer is no, realistically. And in the wake of that, what do we do instead? Because we refuse to continue to live in a world that is like this. And this idea, going back to a more benign act, such as rescuing the penguins, or helping the penguins rescue themselves. This idea of, because we have so much power now, we collectively as people, if we could do something that is either good or bad or neutral, should we? And I think there are situations in which the immediate consequences can be very obvious. For instance, carve a path for the penguins, and the penguins will use the path and leave. But it also kind of, we don't know what the greater butterfly effect of saving the penguins might be. You know, like one flap of a butterfly's wings here might cause like an actual earthquake somewhere else, which isn't to say that saving the penguins will cause a disaster somewhere else necessarily, but this idea that small acts one person makes in the past have compounding interests across effects across history. So even if we think that the little thing we do right now doesn't matter, we actually have no idea if it does or does not, because that is not for us to find out. It is for the people who come after us to find out. And how this relates to Arc 3, I think a lot about this idea of ancestral curses and generational trauma. This idea of the sins of the father that must be paid by the child. And this idea that something our ancestors have done, or someone else's ancestors did to our ancestors, even though they are dead and gone in the current version that they are, they're still here in the hold they have over us, given the legacy they have left behind. And none of us asked for this, but we have to live in a world where this is the reality of the situation, and take action to the best of our ability to respond to it and address it. And for me in Arc 3, when we look at kind of the generational trauma of Tevash and Rose families, and how choices by their ancestors continue to ripple outward in such devastatingly personal, but deeply consequential ways for these two individuals, but how these two individuals choose to make new and different choices and decisions of their own that don't negate the pain and the suffering and the grief that has already happened, but creates the possibility for a better way of navigating it and navigating the world. And we don't know what will happen in the future of Inferno. We don't know. We don't know what Ro and Tavash's decisions will look like a year later, 50 years later, 500 years later, 5,000 years later. That is for those folk to find out. But I think, I guess my understanding of time just isn't super linear, because we are all interconnected, even if we are unable to pinpoint the exact ways in which we are. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of rambling, but yeah.
No, you pinged on something that obviously like is really important to me, which is telling stories about ghosts. Because part of the whole thing is that ghosts imply that there was something before and that someone after remembers. And like whether it is a literal ghost that is haunting you, or your ancestors' actions, or people who maybe lived in a place that you're not even related to, that go in full diaspora core, like existing in a world that remembers in any form, whether that is through ghosts, through the environment remembering, because it does, through the changes that were made, etc., is being a part of an ecosystem. Something I really firmly believe is that oh my god, my brain just went blank. But like giving the land back to indigenous people is not just about the land. It isn't just about stewardship. It is genuinely also about saving the earth, not even because of the stewardship of where it goes, but because we're undoing the harms that we committed in the first place. Doing things like getting money into specifically Black and Brown communities, especially going through and saying this is restitution for the harms that were done, is a part of being pro saving the earth, because those wrongs are about being in community, is about saving the environment that you are in. And when you stop separating people and nature, you also then have to see that we are humans that owe each other the same things that we owe nature. And just because you don't feel good eating farmed animals, sure, whatever. But maybe you're okay with, again, going back to what we were talking about cocoa that being farmed by slave labor, that's not being in like full cohesion with the environment around you, because the people that are suffering from that are part of the environment, are part of the world that you live in. I've been really inspired lately by hearing about there's a Japanese American progressive organization called Suru for Solidarity, and most of their work is actually helping specifically like disenfranchised Black people in the state of California, because the real equity available to people of color is we all do it. And though my ancestors weren't here during chattel slavery, someone's were, and I live here. And so it isn't just about what my ancestors did, but literally like the memory of the world around me. And this goes back to kind of like Zeinin being the voice, spoilers for specifically Arc 4 of the Chaos Protocol, specifically the Mortal Profane and things about Zeinin-Esh and why he's strange. But Zeinin is not just a ghost. He is literally carrying the ghosts. He is the voice of the ghosts of Haruna Valley. And it is important because it isn't just about him and his apocalypse at that point. It becomes about everything. It becomes about Kaseki. And if you stop separating yourself from the world you live in, and you try and save the world, well, you could be saving someone's daughter. Or you could be saving an entire species of endangered penguins. They're the same thing.
I see. I have what, like, you were talking about, like, and something you said, Kai, made me think of. I think what I'm trying to express is a sense of not just we've talked about ecosystems, spatial and physical ecosystems, but also temporal ecosystems for me. This idea, and what made me think of this was actually a very common Chinese insult to someone, is not just like, fuck you, but like, fuck you and 10 generations afterward. Like, I'm not just gonna curse you, I'm gonna curse your children and your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren and all of them afterward. Like, fuck all of you guys. Like, that's like you insult someone, right? And you curse someone out by saying that. And I think, for me, what's so important to me about, like, understanding my own family history is this idea that an understanding of my personal and individual life as not a silo, but a part of a greater whole, both spatially, in the physical land, the space, the air I breathe, but also temporally, in terms of the greater lineage of my direct bloodline, but also of the greater species and all of the species that we coexist and cohabitate alongside of. And for me, I think so much of the current harms and ills that we see nowadays, in my humble opinion, can kind of be traced to a very, like, first the domination mindset, and which is, I think, in a lot of ways inherently tied with a very individualistic and cut off, like removed understanding of a person's place in the world and in time. This idea that your life is only your own, which it is, and you are responsible for the choices that you make, but you also exist in relation to everyone and everything and every time around you. And I think it's important that we all hold a sense of responsibility over that, in the ways that we are able to within our own little pocket of time and space. And I don't know, it's just... Also, speaking of the documentary, I saw a comment in chat a little while ago. Please indulge this for me. I saw a comment in chat a little while ago. I forget by whom, maybe Erica, about how there is like an impulse, right, for a lot of like documentary filmmakers to try to be like the fly on the wall, the quote unquote fly on the wall. This idea that if you like interact with the subject of your shoot, that you are somehow like polluting the narrative integrity of what you're making, or making it less authentic in a way. And I, as Connie, I have a lot of complicated feelings about the word authentic, especially in terms of what it tries to say about what is valuable and what is not. And I am of the strong belief, both from a critical social theory lens and from the lens of a physicist, that the act of witnessing something changes it. Not just the thing you are witnessing, but I think it changes the witness as well. There is looking at something changes you, and you looking at it changes it. There is no way to film something or tell a story that does not implicate the storyteller and the person listening. You are implicated by the act.
I think it actually is a really interesting pull to, I think, why we're kind of quite vocal about the ways people can and can't interface and also interpret our work. Like, kind of like on a meta sense, right? To think about this also in terms of like the story and the craft of what we're doing and how we're speaking, right? Which is that like you also can't watch chaos without being part of it. And that was kind of something we brought up like several weeks ago about like, if you bring racist assumptions into your interpretation of the work, you add racism to the show, right? Like, because you are changed by witnessing it and we are changed by your witnessing of it, right? So I think there's something very interesting there and kind of like the meta text of all of this too, when we think about how, why, what we're watching, what we're writing, who is speaking. And I also kind of want to pull us into some content, minor spoilers for Arc 4, which is the Tears of Fayumi. And I think it is very telling that the mission of the Tears of Fayumi, including a founding and pivotal member of the galaxy-wide revolution on the planet as an archival mission. I think that is very, very important and was a very intentional choice, based on everything that we've talked about so far and everything that we are thinking about in terms of what is apocalypse, why do we still tell apocalyptic stories, how does this relate to experiences of grief and diaspora and meaning and endings and hope, right? All of these things, mercy, right? It's something I wanted to point out too.
Yeah. Something that Connie said, and it kind of loops into what you were saying too, Z, which is also that this like very individualist point, like perspective on environmentalism, on apocalypse, on storytelling in general. One of the biggest things that is kind of forgotten is that a lot of the way that, especially stories that we consume in the English language, are not written from a non-Western perspective. And this is something that you see time and again in our current arc, but also in our previous work, which is the moralizing of good and bad is not a universally understood thing. And this goes into apocalypses, this goes into environmentalism. Kind of the thing that I was thinking about when we were talking about like both like ancestral memory and the memory of a place, but also the memory of a people is like, you may not have done it, but someone did. And the more you like remove yourself from the individualism of morality and more take action, either pro or con, kind of the way I think about it often is this incredible quote from Lord of the Rings about, the lead-in is, I wish it need not have happened in my time. The world that we live in is very chaotic, very upsetting. And yeah, sure, very often I wish that it wasn't going on. But the follow-up line is, so do all who live to see such times, but it is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us. And in that way, it removes the moralizing of who did it and says, you have the power now. You are the one here. And it's very present, I think, in Arc 4, but also in the previous, like all of Worker Transplanter, not just the Chaos Protocol, that it isn't about always who did it. It is about what you do now and doing something about it. And sometimes it is about who did it and righting that wrong or finding some kind of, solution. But carcerality is not a driver to actual climate justice, right? Putting someone in jail isn't going to change a climate catastrophe. In fact, very often it will exacerbate it, which I can go on a whole other side tangent about. But so much of the story is about what do you do with the time you have? The Tears of Fuyumi are choosing to save the memory of Keseki. And it's a point of like actual open conversation in the arc. I highly recommend that you check it out and think about it. Think about why this is the story. Because having a villain is a clean answer. And there's a reason why this arc is full of complicated stuff. And kind of going back to our really early stuff, talking about how removing colonialism and imperialism from environmentalism is also about removing colonialism and imperialism, about how to fix it and how to move forward and have something after an apocalypse.
I wanted to build off of what you said with this idea of how, despite my tangled relationship to how I understand time as not necessarily linear, I think there is something to be said about how the way I currently experience time is that, for instance, if I am wounded, if I get a cut, I cannot undo the wound, but my body can heal it. And sometimes it heals in such a way that I forget I was even cut in the first place. Sometimes there's no scar. Maybe the cut was so small, or my body was just so awesome at healing it. But sometimes, especially if the wounds are severe enough, it will obviously affect how long it takes to heal and the scar that emerges afterward. And a lot of other factors go into the healing process. Was it infected? Do you have access to clean and good medicine? Were you able to stitch it up? Like, was there good care, essentially, of it? And also, was your body in a position to be able to heal it, given the condition and health of your body? And if not, what caused the health of your body to deteriorate or be in a position where it couldn't heal the wound? And to me, I'd like to extrapolate this very physical and biological example to the world of Keseki, for instance, and other worlds that exist. Is the dust is an apocalypse, is a deep wound, and also a scar. It cannot be undone. But how can we heal from it? And what might that healing look like? Both physically and literally, in terms of what happens to the planet and or what happens to the people left on that planet, or the people who were from that planet and fled it before it got to this point, but was still bad. And in other ways, too, that I think are just as important, in social ways. And I think of specifically the Galactic Lords, and what it would mean for Apis Fuyumi as a whole to heal from all of the damage that has been done, not just by these specific individual lords, but all of the lords that came before them, and all of the choices that they made to create the conditions under which they currently exist now. What would that look like? Would healing involve accountability? And if so, what does accountability look like? What does that mean to the people involved in this accountability? Healing would definitely involve redistribution of resources and wealth, of course, because this is a story about wealth as well, and capital and power. But to me, I think that is kind of the place I'm interested in pushing in when we think about apocalypse and grief, and also generational trauma, and Arc 3, and also God Killer Last Hope. This idea that there are vicious and painful and tragic cycles of grief and rage and suffering that came before us. And maybe it is not within our power and maybe even not the most productive thing for us to do to try to stop them or sever our relationship to the cycle, but to start a new one and search for healing and growth on our own terms. And I think that is what I am most interested in, because that to me in a way feels like it honors everything my ancestors have gone through, because I don't want to undo, like, if I could, right? It's the question, if I had the power, if I could, would I? Should I? If I could turn back time and like completely change what happened, would I? Or more importantly, should I? Because what would I gain, but also what would I lose in the process of that? Wouldn't I create another apocalypse by erasing what would come after? Like there are so many questions about the choices we can make. And I think for people who, sadly, chronergy, as far as I am aware, does not exist here on Earth in Connie's real life. But I think that does mean that we are put in a position where we have to, like Kai mentioned, grapple with, well, this is kind of the time we've been dealt, so what are we going to do about it? And I think part of that, what are we going to do about it, justice and accountability should be decoupled from carceral thinking and carcerality. But they should still happen.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have a little, just a little button to add to what Connie just said, which is, if not every apocalypse can be fixed. Going back to what I was saying about apocalypses, it means that grief is not something to be fixed, y'all. And I'm just going to say that real loud, whole-chestedly.
Mm.
Yep. Yeah, let me shut my mouth before we talk for another 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, because we could talk for another 4 hours. Yeah. I think my own body was trying to like tell me to wrap up, because I like choked on nothing. I choked on dust. No! And I had to get water for myself. I choked on nothing. I choked on dust.
Just, I do think about very specifically in Arc 3, minor spoiler, kind of theme spoilers for Arc 3, that Humna's desire as a guest player was very explicitly to tell a story about somebody who, like, that living in a complicated, imperfect world / life was still worth living in. Like, that was kind of the core conceit of Rose's character and story. And I think that is extrapolated many, many times over. And I don't want to necessarily speak for them, but I know that both Sam and Dare are doing really, really beautiful work about Black diaspora in Arc 4, right? And what it means to live in diaspora as a like whole and fulfilled and loving and expansive life with inherent grief and boundless potential for liberation, right? One of many apocalypse stories. And I think that is true for literally every character, for every storyline, for every plot line that is tied to the concept of apocalypse, and is really beautiful, and I'm excited to see it bloom. And I think to close us out, we kind of already like naturally have flowed here, but what is it that we are excited and looking forward to exploring as we continue this story? What parts of this are you wanting to show in full frame and are excited to keep striving toward?
To kind of tag into what we were talking about the tears of Fuyumi, and this goes to things that I've seen people talking about in chat, and something that I like hold in my bones, which is that knowledge is also survival. Both the act of holding it and cultivating it, but also sharing it. And it is something that when we talk about lost language and things like that, I also have, even though it is Japanese, I don't know how many people know that Japanese has fundamentally changed in the last 100 years. And the language that my ancestors spoke is not the Japanese that people speak today. Knowledge is survival, and this is true the world over. And it is something that we are exploring in Arc 4, but have only looked at. And I'm going to hold my sweet cracked egg of Zion and Ash and say knowledge is survival. That's what I'll tell
you. What I want to say is something I'm really excited to explore moving forward is unpacking a revenge story. Not to finger wag at vengeance, and also not to unquestioningly uphold it without any curiosity about where it comes from and where it goes. And we have talked at length in other community streams and Q&As, specifically me and C, about how the core themes of chaos includes one of them is grief. Big surprise. That's I think very obvious to everyone. And one of them is vengeance. And I think we're starting to really get into that. We've kind of like played at it, ideas of like a little bit, even starting in Arc 2 and certainly Arc 3, in terms of cycles of violence and suffering and grief. But I'm really, really interested specifically for Arc 4 in looking at vengeance as a language and a tool that is available to someone when they have been denied justice. And I'm specifically thinking about personal justice in the same way as Zynon has experienced a personal apocalypse. What it means to have personal justice denied to you. What that does to a person. How that can change a person and break a person. And where you go from there. And where you put, ultimately, what is at the core of it? The pain. And the grief.
I'm gonna eat this plot.
I like watching Kai suffer. That's what I'm bringing to the table. I like it when he suffers a little.
Recreational sufferer, Kai.
Recreational sufferer.
Fucking it.
I saw a really interesting video. I'm going to try to find it and then link it in the Discord later. But I recently saw a really, really interesting video about vengeance as something that is actually deeply vulnerable. Because you'd never go on a quest for vengeance for a petty slight. Right? In some ways, you must reveal publicly, deeply, and intensely that you have been harmed in a meaningful way. And that inherently implies a level of vulnerability and trust. And I think that's I think that's fucking interesting. I think that's interesting, you know, because to go on a quest for vengeance means that you must also be kind of publicly at the altar of vulnerability, of caring deeply about something. I'm gonna find that it was a really great video.
I just have an addendum to that thought for both of you, which is de-patriarching vengeance.
Oh yeah, because so many vengeance stories are, my wife was hurt and I'm gonna go kill the guy that did it.
Yeah, the fridge wife.
The
fridge wife narrative.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You will find that the moment you remove patriarchy from vengeance, there's a lot of like, oh, no, this isn't toxic and terrible.
Yeah. Enough with the finger wagging. Let Redacted kill whoever the fuck they want. Anyway.
Redacted should be allowed to kill whoever they want. Period.
Yeah,
The
they
end.
should ultimately, but you know. Oh, but the tragedy enjoyers when the tragedy is tragedying. Anyway, this arc's gonna like kick the shit out of everyone in the last 6 episodes. I think I can't
If
go.
it hasn't already.
Hello. I think that's it.
Yeah,
I think that's what we got for tonight.
Great stream, y'all.
Great stream. That was really, really, really good. Thank you all so much for tuning in to this community stream, Environmentalism and Safety Planning. This is a really great time. Really, really good discussion. Please feel free to continue the discussion in our general chat. Share any notes that you took from the beginning. I'll also post a PDF version of the slides from earlier. Whew! In the meantime, you can get very, very, very excited because next week, Saturday, May 23rd, we will be hosting a special episode of the Chaos Protocol featuring a solo episode of... Well, I'll tell you on Monday. So... I'm sorry.
Show us your cans, see? Show us your cans!
Not like this.
You want to see my... Anyway.
I'll tell Redacted that they were called cans. Anyway.
I'm sorry.
See, before you wrap up, I am so sorry, but I have one final Connie thought to share. If that's okay.
I am a
because
tyrant
you talked-
king.
Can I please?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Oh,
It is
but the
your
Tyrant King relents. Okay, let me be the jester here. Gesturing the cans. Anyway, so you said a really beautiful thing about how vengeance is inherently deeply vulnerable. And then someone posted in chat about how vengeance is so often entangled with patriarchy, and then Kai said about how once we decouple ideas and narratives of vengeance from patriarchy, then our worlds open up for new kinds of stories. Yes to all of this. And I made a connection in my Connie brain that I think why vengeance stories are so prevalent in a specific way under patriarchy of like the wronged man who is attempting to avenge like the loss and death of his wife and or children,
AKA his property,
is because that, yes, and because that, I think, under patriarchy is one of the only ways men are allowed to be vulnerable is through the extraction of violence, often against other men. The violent vengeance, right, as an expression of pain and hurt, because there's no other way that men know how to or are allowed to be hurt and to express pain. And that's why I think fuck bioessentialism. I really detest the narrative that men are inherently more violent than women, for example. And I think this is one of the narratives that construct that false myth. Because it's when violence is one of the few ways that men are allowed to express their emotions, then of course, quote unquote, men are more violent, because it's like one of the few avenues of emotional expression. Which isn't to say that this is not an excuse, this does not justify at all, but I do think it is an interesting analysis of why this is happening and why it occurs. That's all. That's all I want to say.
All right, the Tyrant King accepts that addition. That was actually that was quite yeah. That was
so
really
my follow-up is as a butch enjoyer and also person, I would like to
show us your butterflies, Connie.
Men need
show us the pictures of your show us your butterflies. Arc 4 spoilers, most recent episode. Show us the pictures of your butterflies.
Horror butterflies.
Okay,
Horror butterflies.
Okay, yep. I think men, you guys need better role models. So give me all the violent vengeance. Let me do all the violence and the vengeance. And why don't you all sit back and just let the butches do it?
Oh my god, I love them
this
so
is
much.
what I drew of
They're
our
baby.
butterflies. This is what I imagine they look like. I'm trying to like block out the words
Your
because I feel like
notes?
that's my session
Yeah,
prep.
you're doing
Okay,
good. You're doing good. You're doing good.
Yeah, you actually have more space because
There we
of the
go.
way I've on the overlay.
Oh, great. Okay, perfect. Here we go.
Other way. Other way. Other
There
way.
they
Just
are.
a little.
Oh god. Like
No,
this?
no, no.
Oh.
You were right.
Oh,
A little more. A little more.
Oh,
There you go.
Yeah, right there. Right there. Right there. You're
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, Connie, come on.
There they are. Oh. Anyway.
All right.
Please.
So anyway,
Finish
special
the script.
episode next Saturday, May 23rd at 8 p.m. US Eastern. Yay! Yippee! Special episode! Rah! Woohoo! Yippee! Come for that. Yeah. And then come to continue getting the shit beat out of you for the rest of the arc. It's
So you're saying the special won't kick the shit out of us? That's what I'm hearing.
That's not what I said.
God damn.
Clean your ears. Open your heart. And
Sorry, there's dust in there.
yeah, just clock it out of him. So come for that. And then after that we're going to be in a more semi-regular streaming schedule. Yay! No more bi-weekly streams. Yay! Except for the times where we have to take a week off because we're tired. Yay! All right. Those are our outro announcements. Stay tuned. We're going to see if there's fireworks.
Fascinating.
Cool. Fascinating. My window's open. Thank you all so much for a good stream. Let's do outro announcements, starting with Connie.
All right. Hello, goodbye, every pony. I've been your GM, kind of. Connie. You can find me across the internet at ByConnieChong, ByConniechang. And the last thing I will leave you all with is that a group of penguins is called a waddle. I'll pass it over to Kai.
Knowledge gained. Hello everyone, your friendly and local Corvid here. I'm Kai. You can find me everywhere as Estelle of Ladris, where I create conspiracies of ravens, to be clear. And I am a TTRPG performer, game designer, and all-around problem maker. In the best way. If you haven't seen this already, I did announce today my personal channel streaming schedule is about to get kind of a little chaotic. Because I have some good stuff going on in my life, but I will be here when there is chaos, because I will tear down the sky to do so. And other than that, just follow me for more good stuff. Oh, my one thing I will plug is on Friday this week, we'll be having the finale of our mutual aid charity stream over on Bad House RPG called The Oyster, where we're playing friend of the channel Navarre's game, The Corrupted. It's a really good time, and we're raising funds to help Fabian, who is one of the founders of Bad House RPG, find safe housing in Philly. So it's a good time. We're telling a good story about a zombie apocalypse. You know how I love an apocalypse. So come by on Friday evening over on Bad House to give some love to Fabs and enjoy a fucked up story about zombies.
And you know me, my name's C. I use they, them pronouns. You can find me making very trans, very gay art on the internet. C Plays RPG. I am usually behind the scenes as your producer, dramaturg, music mixer, wearer of many hats. I've got other stuff I've got going on. If you like really fucked up stuff, stay tuned for a upcoming Girl Frame series that I am in. If you want to see me explicitly describe cunnilingus, suicide bait my friends, and do gunplay in real time, stay tuned for that!
The things I hear about this game get wilder by the moment.
Yeah. After each like recording session, C kind of gives me a quick rundown of what happened, and I go, "What the fuck?"
I hear the atmosphere. I hear it in the most, like, you know, when someone's like, "Oh, summarize your game in the most nonsensical way." It's that every time, but it's shit like that.
Yeah. Last week, I had to make spoilers for this unreleased Girl Frame game. I had to make a meme of a
Drill.
a drill, but I attached a like Hitachi wand head to the drill bit, so it's that kind of game. So stay tuned for that. Join us next week for our very special special chaos episode. And then stay tuned for everything that we have coming up. So good luck, sleep well, happy time zone, and good night, everyone.
Good night. We're gonna raid someone. We're gonna probably raid an animal stream. Bye! Bye, we love you!